Já está. Como? Não sei, consegue você ouvir aí no YouTube? Eu não tenho aqui os fones. Pode-me atirar uns fones? Sim. Mas veja também no seu telemóvel. Não tem mais. Devo já ligar. É? Sim, sim, mas já ligo. Paulo, mas precisa de falar aí qualquer coisa na tradução, porque vai ser em português. Ok, estou a ouvir. Pode falar? Tem um atraso, ainda não chegou cá. Estou a ouvir, mas eu não sei se estou a ouvir do sítio correto.
Welcome back. I hope you had a very delicious lunch. We will go now to our next topic. Next topic is economics and the environment, preventing collapse and creating an economy rooted in the sacred and ecology. Our first speaker from the afternoon is Cássia Moraes. Cássia has been working for years in the area of international cooperation and the environment, with a focus of climate change, agriculture, and sustainable development. She is the founder and CEO of Youth Climate Leaders and was Deputy Executive Coordinator at the Brazilian Forum on Climate Change. Cássia holds a Master's in Public Administration and Development from Columbia University and a bachelor's degree in International Relations from UNESCO. So, warmly welcome to Cássia Moraes.
I will speak in Portuguese since I'm in Portugal, so I hope everyone has their headsets, and if you have any issue, probably they can
Well, I'm very happy to be here. I think there's... vou falar em português. Sim, estou... É um tema muito importante e eu fico muito feliz.
I'm really happy to do a conference like this because it's really an important topic to talk about. She speaks playing that it's been a while she's been working in these topics, and finally it's becoming more mainstream. There's more people interested and linked with it. The climate leaders came from a consensus that it was consolidated with it. Youth nowadays has two biggest threats to their future: the climate crisis and the unemployed. A lot of youth without work or without hope of having a purpose or a career. Regarding the climate crisis, I remember last year I was in São Paulo in August. We're in the beginning of a program. At 3 o'clock she realized everything was black. Is it night already? We've been so long working. It was smoke from the fires from Amazon that have reached São Paulo. The smoke created a big smoke in all the city, and it became like it was night. It was interesting because in that day we just spoke about that, the fact that everything was so dark. And it was quite symbolic because a lot of people that's happening in the Amazonia, it's never going to reach them or affect them. And indeed it did, and it's starting to affect them. There wasn't any prediction about that, but it ended up happening. I remember of two sentences that Barack Obama once said, that we are the first generation that is already feeling the consequences of the climate change, and someone who's doing something about it. And the youth nowadays is developing more and more nowadays something to do something about it. Briefly, through new technologies that can promote the structural employment, but also a more positive strength, so the youth can, it's not accepting any kind of mechanical work, but it's actually pursuing with a common goal in order to resolve the common crisis, looking for a new career, a new job, with a cause that helps everyone and not only themselves, but it helps the planet. So that's why you create the youth climate leaders. The title comes from a topic. She speaks about the strength of the first generation without hope. It has been
movimento maior.
So today we've got a greater movement. It's nothing from the past, but also something that's going on today. Now, why is Greta basically showing a symbol of the generation today? Well, for the first time, children are not, or teenagers are not expecting just their parents to solve the environment issues. It's not because you're not part of this generation, but at least we need to understand that. But I remember when I was 16, I was still a teenager with my own concerns, and I thought that in fact I was the center of the world. But at the same time, I would expect that as soon as I would grow up, I would have my professional life, the best career possible, and I would never think that in terms of systemic change, I could in fact put my future at stake or danger. So at the age of 17, I was more aware about these issues, environmental issues. But at the same time, I think that changes are occurring now, but in a slowly pace. And now we need to see, to understand that, in fact, Greta is the symbol, but at the same time, she's also a high voice. But we're not ignoring what's happening in the world. And ignoring things is not the best way to solve problems. So the leaders basically are taking action now, taking action as a channel for these synergies, and we see young people with a youth concept that psychologists are working, which is the planet breeze as well, which is the depression. So more and more youth are depressed or fear or also anger. Greta, for instance, she said that before starting she would also fear all these about the environment protection, to be alone and at the battlefield. So she was in fact going through this depression for many months, but the best way she found to overcome this feeling was to try to do something with others, although she's still very, very young, and therefore we believe that together we can in fact provide specific opportunities for these youth to solve the problems in the climate change. Altogether we can also try to give an answer for this emotional welfare that we all want. And this happens in our curricula and in every school lessons, for instance. We always feel that people will not be welcomed by their own families, etc. because of that. So we need this kind of network to help these young people. This generation cannot wait any longer. Last year, for instance, we were talking with the authorities on climate and environment, and a very young 12-year-old girl, she was saying that she was expecting from the director to be a bit older. But the thing is, most of the reports, also from the World Economic Forum and other agencies working on that, this particular decade on climate change is going to be fundamental for the cyclical change. So if you are 8 years old today, you cannot just wait for another 30 years to come up with solutions. So it's going to be more difficult, in fact, because climate is not a linear system. We tend to think that, in fact, this is so, but climate is not. If you have a kind of a threshold, it's very difficult, in fact, to predict what is going to happen within this complex system. Think about de-icing, and the forecast, the prediction, in fact, is about 100 times less what's going to happen in certain regions of the world. I still remember also parents talking to me about one of these parents, one of his sons said, well, Dad, why are we going to put an end to the planet? What can I do to improve the situation? So at the age of 8, the kid is already showing some examples of what can be done to solve the problem, and even for the local authorities. So young people are in fact now creating the generation, but they're not against the older generation. We need to understand that there is kind of frustration, and therefore, as a humanity, we need in fact to see how we can have this common goal, and it's almost as someone is paying for the invoice for these problems. And these are some of our goals, of some of our proposals. We also have some learning journeys, and we try to prepare the young people, and also for the journeys, for instance, for the climate. Opportunities, but at the same time trying to help them. And also an international network. We've been acting for 2 years now, 21 different countries. We're reaching Portugal now. And it's also international because it has to be, in fact, something to be done together. So the impact of something done in Brazil will also have an impact in Portugal and vice versa. And the last one is to have access to specific opportunities, to be different. We want, in fact, to increase our participation in other countries for the young people to be involved. From a developing country, it can not just be a local activist. He or she needs to be activated as well, but with his professional life at the same time. And we can contribute as well these with the family life, etc. I will also be part of another panel later on, so I can answer questions about these. But I still would like to talk about what Barack Obama said in 2017 when I asked him, well, what is the secret to inspire people? And I said, well, people in fact need to be doing things not only by themselves, but rather to discover their own power. And I think this is the way we should act on. There's no point in saying do this or do that, but rather we need to think about the different generations, and together we can discover our own power. And we can see, maybe if you want to look at Greta at 16, she was able in fact to take this engagement in our hands, and also for the European Green Dialogue. So I think it's very important, not that because they are too young, but together each one of us can in fact move on with the same system, and we can do much more for that. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Cassius. Thank you very much for bringing this important topic of the climate and your voice of the young people. Our next speaker is Howard Jones. Howard is the co-founder of Future Planet, and he has been a long-time environmental activist and a writer on ecology and alternative economics, which he terms eco-economics. He is co-author of the book Growing a New Economy, which you have outside if you want to see better, which outlines the macroeconomic framework for an eco-economy based on drought, and which world-renowned environmentalist Bill McBeaton calls a hopeful account of the possibilities contained in our current crisis. So warmly welcome Howard Jones.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. As a matter of fact, I was here last year presenting my book, Growing a New Economy, and during that presentation I met Jose, and we briefly talked about a conference. Maybe sometime in the future we would have a conference, and that's what we're having today. Thank you. So, in the 1980s, there were two main problems, as I remember as an environmentalist at that time. One was the ozone hole, and the other one was the rainforest destruction. We managed to fix the ozone hole by eliminating CFCs, but the rainforest is still burning. As a matter of fact, a large portion of the organic sugar that you eat in your cookies is coming from the rainforest. So with one environmental problem, we managed to fix it with a technological and political solution. With the other, it is still happening, it is still going on. As a matter of fact, as we speak, the rainforest is still burning, being destroyed for meat and for organic sugar, sold in Whole Foods, owned by Amazon. In other words, we're having a systemic crisis. All of these different crises and many more have shown us that we are living in a time where all the different crises are integrated, and that's why we are now saying that we are having a systems crisis. And since we're having a systems crisis, we can only solve that problem by fixing the system itself. We don't have time to simply try to make quick fixes to put out a fire over here and another fire over there. We need to look at the whole system. If we think in terms of a human body as a holistic system and as an ecology, we have chronic issues, we have acute issues, and we have systemic issues. The planet right now is in the interface between severe chronic issues and systemic issues, and we need to solve those. We are in a systems crisis. In 1972, I was a young hippie, and I already realized that we were at that time living in a systems crisis, and so I moved from the city to the countryside. I lived in a community for 1 year, and I realized after trying to live on a farm, in a collective, in a cooperative, we had 5 farms. This was the first eco-village in Norway. It was inspired by another eco-village in the United States, The Farm, which you may have heard of. After 1 year of living on that farm and making all the mistakes in the world about farming, I realized I know nothing about it, so I started to study agronomy. And I went to this school, and when I came to that school, I realized that when a cauliflower plant is grown in a greenhouse and goes out into the field, it has been sprayed 7 times inside the greenhouse before it is planted in the field. And I realized this is crazy. We're creating a toxic world. We're even poisoning these tiny little plants. And so 2 other friends and myself, we fought with the headmaster and all the teachers at the school, and we said we want to grow organic food. And finally they gave us 1 hectare piece of land of the school, and they said, okay, go ahead. That was in 1972. 15 years later, I met a friend, and he said, I went to the town where you lived in, and I met Greta, our friend, and he said, isn't that where you went to school? And I said, yes. And then he said, do you know that that's the only organic farming school in Europe? So, systems change starts with small seeds. You can start with a small action like that and then become an organic school. Now this school is quite famous all over Europe. However, if we want to change the planet, we really want our system changed on the planet, we need even bigger changes. We need to have organic farming on all the agronomy schools, and so on and so forth, and they need to interface with the local economy, the national economy, and the global economy. So what is systems change? Systems change is to address the root causes of problems which are often unimaginable and embedded in networks of cause and effect, So in other words, when we do system change, we need to embrace complexity and not just fix problems. We are so used to trying to fix problems, we need to embrace complexity and move through the problems in complex systems. For me, this change of awareness about the environment started with a plastic bag and a bunch of red apples. First, I saw the plastic bag in the supermarket. This was in the early 70s, and because the supermarket told me, you don't need to bring that bag anymore. Here's a plastic bag, it's free. Now, 45, 50 years later, we have plastic garbage in the oceans. Recently, they went down in the submarine, 800 feet down, and they found plastics in 80% of the organism in the depth of the ocean. One plastic bag has destroyed the whole oceanic ecosystem, or it's beginning to do that. Whales sometimes have hundreds of plastic bags in their stomachs when they're found. The red apples, I grew up in a house, we had apple trees, we had berries, my father went fishing, we were quite sustainable. I moved away from Norway, I came back after 10 years and I saw a basket of very shiny red apples and several of the apple trees in the garden cut down, and I asked my sister, what's happening? We used to have so many beautiful apples. She said, these apples are more shiny than the ones in the garden. Neoliberalism, globalization had started, and it came to my own home kitchen. So we have some challenges. We have challenge number one. We are living in a time where neoliberalism has wreaked havoc. The European Union is based on a neoliberal agenda. I'm going to get back to that in a moment. Eric Reinert says we don't have market failure, we have theory failure. We think we have a market problem. We don't really have a market problem. We have a theory that is trying to fix or change and manipulate the market, because the market is actually rather simple. The market is the exchange of goods. Buying and selling. It's not that complicated. But neoliberalism has created havoc on the planet and the economic system and the environmental system. Challenge number two, sustainable development. Sustainable development is to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. In 1987, the Gro-Harlem Brundtland Commission in the United Nations came up with this formula. It's a beautiful formula. I totally agree. Do you agree? It's a nice statement. So what's the problem? What's the problem with this statement? What? Not what?
We don't do it.
We don't do it, and why don't we do it?
What kind of development?
What kind of development? because we are using it within the framework of capitalism and the neoliberal system. That's why. So we can come up with a nice theory, a nice phrase. Same thing with systems change. We can say we want systems change, but if we use systems change within an economy that doesn't fit with reality, we are going to get into trouble. And that's what has happened with sustainable development. Some writers in the United States, James Hillman, he came up with a book that was called, "We have had psychotherapy for 100 years and everything is, and the planet is just getting worse." And we could say the same thing. We have had sustainable development for the last 35, 40 years, but things are just getting worse. So, sustainable development is important, but we need to think deeply about what kind of sustainable development. Green sustainable capitalism, a solution or a delusion? To me, it has become, unfortunately, mostly a delusion. Green capitalism is, in some sense, an oxymoron. It's a contradiction. Because we're trying to create something green within a system, within a defunct economic system that will never make the planet green. Worldview precedes policy change and deeper systems change. So, in other words, if we want to change the system, if we want to change, we first need a philosophy. E.F. Schumacher said that every economy has an underlying philosophy, and the philosophy of capitalism is basically selfishness, that human beings are basically selfish, and that if I produce something with my selfish needs and my selfish desires, it will somehow benefit others. It's a simple premise. And it is true to some extent. We need to preserve our own life, we need to take care of ourselves, but we also live in a society. We need to cooperate, we are social beings, and so our economy needs to have these two principles together in balance. That is very, very important. Old worldview, nature has utility value only. This is the capitalist worldview, and it is also the Marxist worldview in many ways, because they're both based on we could say, a materialistic philosophy of life, that the earth is valuable because it is utilitarian. When we turn a spade and turn the soil over, it becomes valuable. If we don't, it is useless. This worldview caused the desacralization of the planet, of the earth, because before then human beings thought of the earth as sacred. But this utilitarian worldview desacralized the world. It made economics the dominant worldview and nature a secondary or utilitarian product, and capitalism has that worldview, and so therefore green capitalism is never going to work. Because of this understanding, this limited understanding of how the world works and how nature works. So what we need to do, we need to have a different worldview where nature has both existential value and utility value. Because sometimes, not just sometimes, most of the time, a forest is more valuable as a forest than as timber. We need to have the ability as a society to say, this forest is more important if it is a forest than we turn it into planks for houses. So this combination of existential value and utility value needs to be built into our economic system. This is what I would call the sacred worldview, but also a utilitarian worldview in which we can build an economy based on nature, because without nature we will never have an economy, we won't have an economy. So nature needs to be the largest horizon, so to speak. Human beings, and we human beings, we create a society, a community, and the economy is simply an extension of society and of the community, not the other way around. This understanding creates a different kind of economy. The old world, we recycle and we have carbon offsets. So, for example, Al Gore is the big brain behind climate change and the awareness about the climate and so on. Someone asked him, your house uses the equivalent of energy as 27 normal American houses. He lives in a humongous house. So how do you deal with that? He said, I buy carbon offsets. I don't think that's a solution. However, we also do it. I came here on a plane, so I can buy carbon offsets. But it is not this long-term solution. Recycling is not the solution. What is green capitalism? It's McDonald's selling hamburgers in recycled paper bags. That's green capitalism. It is not going to work. We need to go deeper. We need to have deeper solutions. So, why do we want to do all that? Not because we want more money, but simply because we want to be happy and live in a dynamic balance with the world around us. So we have heard a lot about the happiness economy, and but before we get there, we may have to talk about the sadness economy as well. And part of understanding how we get to the happiness economy is to understand how we got into this mess in the first place. We need to embrace our shadow. Challenge number 3, the Brahmin left and the bourgeois green. The first concept is from Thomas Piketty, the French economist, who is saying, the other one I developed on the plane over here. Thomas Piketty, he's saying that there has been a huge change in the left movement in the last 30 years or so, in that leftist leaders are no longer understanding where labor is, and James talked about that yesterday very intelligently and smartly, that there is a disenfranchisement between the leftist leaders and the workers and the labor, because the labor movement has completely changed. In fact, there is no more a labor movement because of the way that the global economy has developed. So the Brahmin lefts are the leftists that think that they know everything about how to deal with labor problems, but they are actually not in contact with them anymore because they're no longer living that life of a laborer. The labor movement in the 60s and 70s were laborers. The leaders were laborers. My father was a labor movement leader. The bourgeois greens, I am one of the bourgeois green. I am probably partly Brahmin leftist as well. So we need to embrace that part of ourselves if we want to develop a more complex systems change. We need to look at the contradictions in ourselves, how we shop, how we live, and so on. We are all part of a system. We are all caught up in it. My book is on Amazon. I shop at Whole Foods. You know, this is our life. But that doesn't mean that we cannot change, that we cannot fight for change. So, we need a great new left-green transformation. In other words, we need a new Green Deal. You know, new Green Deal. So, there are some important people here. Karl Polanyi is probably the first thinker that came up with this idea that we are commodifying everything, labor, money, and land is commodified in capitalism, and that's why we are in this big problem. Labor is human beings, land is nature, and money is just a symbol. Karl Polanyi said that in 1944. P.R. Sarkar developed the three-tiered economy way ahead of his time. The three-tiered economy exists, but we can refine it. Cooperatives can be refined, private industry, government industry, and so on. E.F. Schumacher followed in these shoes and is really the father of the green movement. Paul Hawken is an American environmentalist. We have the Green Party's Eco-Village, Transition Town, Greenpeace, Eco-Socialism, Extinction Rebellion. I mean, we can go on and on. All of these movements are creating a powerful force and powerful ideas. 3 stages of systems change. We need to reform. When we got the 1 hectare of land at the school, that's reform. When the school became organic completely, that's deeper reform. When the whole society or all the schools become organic, that's revolutionary change and integration. When we become a network. So we need to expand, and we need to do this step by step. How am I doing on time? The new systems economy's 5 bottom lines. One of the things we need to do is reduce inequality. Inequality is a serious problem on the planet today. Yesterday we heard that absolute poverty has been reduced. This is true. But inequality is increasing. And poverty is a complex issue as well, because Helena talked this morning about the poverty of the spirit. That is also a kind of poverty. And materialism in the Western world has impoverished us spiritually in many ways. And that should also be part of it. In Denmark, there never used to be homeless people. Now there are 15,000 homeless people in Copenhagen. I heard that the same thing in Lisbon, that there didn't used to be homeless people, but now there are many homeless people. So poverty is creeping up on us, and that is partly the result of inequality. We need to turn corporations into worker-owned businesses. This, I think, is vital. The corporation, because of corporate ownership, and the people that own it, the stockholders, because they are only looking at the next quarterly profit fix. That's what they're looking at. And that is destroying our environment, and it is creating more and more inequality. Confederations of bioregional economies, from the local to the global. This is, I think, the new future. And we need a new European Union based on bioregional economies, not the centralized system that we have today that is based on a neoliberal economy that is actually built into the constitution of the EU. Measure progress not in profit, but in balance, growth, and happiness. So we often think of progress in terms of material progress, that when we have a better house, a better car, and so on, this is progress. But the problem with that is that every material kind of progress will always have some kind of side effect. We can never create a perfect economy or a perfect material. For example, if we have electric cars, or there will be offsets to how to create the electricity for that car and so on. However green our car is, there will be car accidents. There will be people dying from car accidents. So we can never create absolute perfection. So in a sense, real progress is progress towards internal subjective happiness, towards spirituality, towards having better relationships, communities, families, and so on. That's true progress. And then we need to decide what is the best economic system to support that kind of growth. That to me is progress. And finally, let society be the steward of natural resources. Let society, not the capitalist, not the owners of business, not the economy. Society needs to decide, human beings need to decide, all of us need to decide whether we can take some of the resources or whether we need to leave the forest alone. These are very, very, very important decisions. So step number one towards a new vision for a new Europe. Integrated systems change. Values, worldview change. Well, that should be the first one. So values, worldview change. We need to change our values because, as I said, the European Union is based on a very, you could say, materialistic economic worldview, and that needs to change. It needs to become a much more holistic worldview, and it is based on centralized economics, and it needs to be based on a decentralized bioregional economics. We need to have integrated systems change. We have talked about that a little bit already. A new economic structure based on decentralization and economic democracy. Economic democracy means that the economic decisions need to be made mostly by the people engaged in business on the local level, people that own the cooperatives and that own their small private businesses and so on. The idea of cooperatives may seem to be, a socialist idea, and it is to some extent. Tom Owens was, the originator of cooperatives in many ways in the 1800s. Recently, I was surprised to read in the Wall Street Journal the biographer of Margaret Thatcher saying that it is ridiculous that the workers don't own the businesses. I was shocked when I read it because here you have a right-wing person very much in support of neoliberalism, but basically he was saying that the time has come because this system isn't working anymore. It is creating inequality. It is creating alienation. It is time for the workers to take over the business. So the idea of cooperatives and a more social democratic way of running business is, I think, a time that has come to happen. So step 2, we need to protest and free ourselves from EU's 4 neoliberal unfreedoms. The freedom of capital, freedom of labor, freedom of services, freedom of goods. These are the 4 freedoms that the European Constitution is based on, and which is based on this neoliberal idea that, to me, is the main cause of what is happening right now, where you have this tremendous polarization, Brexit, Frexit, extreme right-wing populist movements moving towards fascism. I do not think it is just because of other, economic causes and so on, but has a deep underlying reason for it, and that is that it is built on an unnatural system that is bound to break apart before it is put together in a much better way. Step number 3, create regenerative regional economies based on common economic potentials, culture, geographical futures, economic potential. So what we need to do, rather than creating a European Union that is mainly for the benefits of the rich countries, we need to create regional, local economies and develop them and then in a natural way have them grow together and build a larger union or a confederation of regional, local economies, rather than a top-down system that we have now. It needs to come from the grassroots up. And natural resources. Step 4, create model bioregions and alliances, an independent political, economic, and cultural alliance of countries based on a decentralized economic Green New Deal. New Green New Deal. And the Scandinavia, for example, would be a perfect area to develop such an, I'm just using that as an example. There are the British Isles, all of the British Isles could be a bioregional economy. So this is something that it's not some, I don't think it's just an idea. I think this is bound to happen because what we have now is an unnatural system. Naomi Klein said this, and I think it's a timely message. We live in a time of overlapping crises, and we need to connect the dots because we don't have time to solve each crisis sequentially. We need a movement that addresses all of them. And that's really what Future Planet is all about. So do you want to be part of this system change movement? Yes. All right. Very good. Thank you.
So thank you.
So, sorry. Every good conference must have at least one commercial. So this book is for sale, but we only have a few copies left. But if you would like a copy, there will soon be a Portuguese version in a few months. So you can come to our table out there and give us your email address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Roar. We are very glad that you could join us and give us these inspiring comments. So our final speaker before the lunch break will be Luís Coffee. Huh? No, coffee break. Not the second lunch. Yes, the coffee break, not the lunch. Will be Luís Fazendeiro. Luís is a PhD student at the Climate Change and Sustainable Development Policies Program. His research focuses on energy system modeling with emphasis on a speedy transition to renewable energy in the context of Portuguese and European public policies, as well as the role that social dynamics may play in this transition and how they can best be included in energy, environment, economic models, such as TIMES. He has a master's degree in theoretical physics from the University of Coimbra and worked for several years in academic research related to fluid turbulence, dynamical systems, plasma physics, and computer science. So welcome, Luís Fazendeiro.
Okay, this is a bit intimidating. Can you hear me, everybody? Yes. Okay, so thank you very much for this invitation and for the opportunity to be here. So I think I prefer to sit down just to look at my notes. So I come from a physics background, as Filipa said, so usually my tendency is to make a PowerPoint with lots of graphs and numbers, and then I noticed that people can be a little bit confused. So this time I just decided to talk and bring some key points. So what I really wanted to focus on my talk is three main issues which I chose, which center around the issue of hope, resilience, and then systemic transformation, which everyone has talked a little bit before. So, and what I mean to say by this is that I think that the hope and resilience are two important things that we should cultivate both individually and as activists, but also as a society. And I do feel that this is lacking a little bit. So over the last few years, since I got involved with Climaximo and Aterra and lots of environmental groups that fight for environmental justice, I've given a lot of talks, and then people come in the end and they ask questions. So I've been keeping these questions over the years, and I just decided to focus on some of them. 4 questions mainly. So my first question, and this goes to what Cassia said before, is basically this. So is it too late already in terms of the climate crisis and how little time we have? Have we passed this point of no return? And this comes in the sense that we do understand nowadays, and Cassia mentioned that there is a point in the climate system where changes can be very, very rapid and unpredictable and basically impossible to scale back. But I would also turn the question a little bit around. So what exactly do we want to return to, or can we return to? So for example, 3 years ago, we had the largest forest fires in Portugal, and more than 100 people died, well, basically burnt alive. So it is already too late to save those lives. We've been having the fires in Australia, so more than 30 people died. We cannot go back and save those people. In those same fires, also, there is an estimation that around 1 billion animals also were killed, so it is already too late for that. So what we do have basically, and has been understood from the laws of thermodynamics, is we have this concept called the arrow of time, which means that macroscopic physical processes are irreversible in time. And I wish all policymakers would study a little bit of thermodynamics. So we do have a direction of time, and some things cannot go back. So if we go back, for example, to 1989, so to the environmentalist Bill McKibben, so he published probably the first book for a general audience, which talked about climate change, which was called The End of Nature. And what he basically described there was the process of humans having changed the planet so thoroughly, and now including even the atmosphere and the concentration of greenhouse gases, that there is no longer any place on the planet where we can go to, this so-called pristine nature, where we will basically be free of human influence. So we can go to Antarctica, and the atmosphere there is also changed, and we can go to the most faraway desert, and the atmosphere is also changed. So this idea of a pure nature and then a social world has been completely turned on its side. So actually, going back to this first question, what we do have in terms of climate science is that we have several so-called points of no return. So if we think, for example, about the Amazon rainforest, there is a point after which it will start to die down. So it will become a net carbon emitter and not a carbon sink. And this will very likely be irreversible. If we think, for example, about the survival of coral reefs, there are also levels of acidification in the ocean in which coral reefs will die down and they will not come back. And then we have other thresholds. So, for example, for the Greenland ice sheets or for West Antarctica. So these are 2 ice sheets which are basically located on land, and if they are totally gone, each one of them can raise the sea level by about 6 meters. So that there is a point in temperature where the loss of ice there becomes irreversible and very, very quick. And then we can combine all these things together, actually, so different points in the climate system. And there is a very severe danger, and there's been a lot of work published recently about this, that many of these effects can actually affect one another. So that the loss of ice sheets can accelerate warming, which will, for example, accelerate the release of methane in the Siberian permafrost and on the ocean seabeds. And we have this sort of positive feedback cascade, and this is what we really want to avoid. So the next question for this will then be, what is a safety level then? And according to James Hansen and other people, so the safety level at which the climate could stay close to a state where it's been in the past 10, 11,000 years would be 350 parts per million of CO2 in the atmosphere. So this is where the 350 logo comes from that organization. So we've already passed that in the 1980s, and just summarizing a little bit. And this would basically mean staying below global warming of 1 degree. So that is already passed. So we then get to the Paris Agreement, where the countries said in principle that they would try to avoid the 2 degrees by all means, and maybe even try to affect 1.5 degrees. And I will discuss that a bit later, further on. So just to sum up this point, so I think basically what we are now doing collectively, and it's not really we, because it's a very small number of company managers and some government officials in some countries, is I think we're basically playing a sort of game of Russian roulette. So we are very, very close to dangerous thresholds, and we see the emissions going up and up, which is something that must be infuriating for younger people, because it is for myself as well. So in terms of quantifying this, where are we exactly? So around December, there was a recent report from the United Nations Environment Programme, where every year they track where we are in terms of emissions, in terms of national commitments for the future, and where we need to be. So what they said in December was that we need now absolute cuts of 25% of global greenhouse gas emissions in 2030 compared to 2018. So more than half of all emissions need to be cut down in a decade, basically. That is to avoid the 1.5 degrees. If we just consider the 2 degrees, which is probably more realistic by now, we need to cut globally 25% of all global emissions by 2030 again. And this has implications. So year by year, this means that we are on a very, very tight schedule. So there was someone yesterday here in the audience who talked about 10 years, and Kasia also said that before. So we have basically 10 years to do huge systemic transformation, which has been discussed here. But what does this actually mean in terms of year per year? So if we stick to the 1.5 degrees level, reductions should be around 7.56% every year. So that's close to 8%. And if we just say the 2 degrees, they should be 2.57, so close to 3% per year. And this is global reduction. So starting this year, 2020, emissions should be falling every year by about 3%. So that means that the richer countries, which have the greater historic responsibility, should actually be doing cuts far larger than that. So they should be cutting every year 5, 7, 8% of their emissions. So for me, what this means basically is that the 2 degrees limit is still achievable, but even that will require the largest and the most comprehensive systemic change that we've probably ever seen. So and it's very important to keep that in mind. So the second question I chose to focus on is something that I do hear a lot, is this issue that doomsayers are always predicting the so-called end of the world, but people still carry on and everything goes on more or less okay, and maybe we're just making a big fuss out of it. So there are several things here. So to begin with, things are not okay for a large percentage of the population, as many speakers have mentioned already. So we do have extreme poverty and huge inequality and many issues around that. Climate change is just something that potentiates all these problems, and that really it's like basically throwing gasoline on a fire. So it will just make these inequalities worse. And then we have lots of things, so maybe this is obvious to some people, but I should say it anyway. So we have a time lag between actual greenhouse gas emissions and the effect that they cause in terms of global warming. And this time lag is around 10 years, so it can be a little more, but most experts agree that it's at least 10 years. So what does this mean in practice? For example, right now, in 2020, we are feeling the effect of emissions which were committed until 2010. So since then, the last 10 years, greenhouse gas emissions have increased almost every single year. So even if we stopped everything now, which is basically impossible, we would still see warming going on for 10, maybe 15 years. So this creates a huge problem of having to basically plan for the long future. So as a lot of people said, but also the issue that the relation between cause and in effect has this time disconnection. So we have to start thinking more and more ahead. And this is what makes part of the climate crisis what some people call a wicked problem. So it can be very difficult to explain to the general population that this is an emergency, that there is a climate emergency, when we know that we also have emergencies in terms of healthcare, in terms of inequality, and all of them seem very urgent also, so, and governments need to prioritize. So another point that I think is important to mention is that we have already had, in the recent past, many severe dangers. So, for example, Aurore mentioned the problem of the Amazon destruction, and he also mentioned the ozone hole, which was really a very big deal. What happened basically, so the ozone hole was experimentally discovered in the early 80s, and by the mid-80s or late 80s, we were having conferences at the UN level where government leaders were committing to solve the problem, including, for example, people like Margaret Thatcher and others. So they said, this is a really severe danger and we're going to fix it. The way this was fixed, actually, was mostly by phasing out the CFCs, which were the chemical that was causing the ozone hole, and replacing them by HFCs, so which are hydrofluorocarbons. And these are mainly used in refrigeration. But what is the catch here? So both of these substances are also actually very potent greenhouse gases. So what did we do? We phased out the CFCs, we replaced them with HFCs, which contribute to global warming. And actually, several economists claim that in terms of cost benefit, just cutting down on these HFCs from refrigeration would actually be the most efficient way to tackle the crisis in terms of monetary terms. So, and this is also something that has been discussed by several people, and yesterday came up. So this idea of a magical technology, maybe we can find a magical technology just to suck down the carbon from the atmosphere. The issue with this proposal is that no technology is magical, so this should be clear to everybody. And every single technology, as harmless as it might seem, will always create different problems. So we will try to fix one problem, but we need to be very careful about what other problems we are creating. And some of these problems might be actually very hard to predict. So for example, we might be substituting a certain technology and then face problems 10, 20 years from now, which we did not expect. There's no easy way around this, but maybe the best way is to say that we should not put too much faith on technology, and we should put a lot of faith on thinking very hard about these problems and not just rushing for the first solution that is offered. So, in terms of hope, so where can people get hope from? So, and just one basic point. So I will talk about social movements in the end, and I think that should be our main reason for hope. But I also see a little bit of hope even within the system that we are right now. And let me say what I mean. Let me say what I mean by this. So, for example, in the oil and gas industry, I force myself to read one, maybe two small articles every day about oil and gas. And what I've noticed over the last few months or so is that they are basically starting to panic. So they are very deeply worried. So this issue of the coronavirus now on the short term may seem very important. It will probably go away in 2-3 months. But we do have larger tendencies which are very scary for the oil and gas industry. So one issue that it's worth explaining is that we have a problem with oil prices. So right now, the oil price per barrel has been going on between, let's say, $60 and $80 for the past few years. Now, even $80 is too cheap for a lot of companies and even countries. So they would want to see prices go up to $90, maybe even $100 per barrel in order to make a profit and to cover their expenses. So I'm thinking, for example, about US shale oil and gas and other very extreme forms of extraction. But on the other hand, if that happens, so if the price just goes up, there is now this fear by the industry that people will just run away to other technologies. So a little bit of electric vehicles, but also much more renewable energy and lots of alternatives that are already there. On the other hand, if the price just collapsed in the last 2 weeks or so. If you've been following this, it just passed below $50 and it seems to be going down. If it goes down too much, then they are not able to finance their operations. So again, in the US shale oil and gas, but also in the Canadian tar sands and lots of other places. So this is a major concern for the industry. And then they have to tackle with global movements and with young people, like Cassia was here before, and Greta, and they know that this is really an issue now. One other thing that also gives me hope, I think, that's not very commonly mentioned, is that worldwide, about 10% of all greenhouse gas emissions come from the extraction, transportation, and processing of fossil fuels. So 10% of all emissions are happening before the oil or the gas or the coal is consumed. So if we manage to stop a few projects here more and more, we will actually see emissions going down, not just the direct emissions that are not burned and used. Oh, this is good, obrigado. But even so the emissions that are further up the chain, so upstream, because it's a very, very polluting process. So so if we not only keep the pressure, but increase it very, very severely, so I think we do have reason for hope, and we should keep that in mind. So what I think is also worth talking that hasn't been mentioned that much here is what, in a question I also do get a lot, is what is being proposed at the EU level and in Portugal, and basically, are governments doing enough? So this is a question on most people's minds. So when I saw the latest European Union goals with the Green Deal and the new commissionary and all that, I was carefully optimistic. I said, okay, so this seems to be moving in the right direction, but we need to be extremely careful about that. So going a bit further down into the details, so the current EU goal of reducing about 55% of emissions by 2030 compared to 1990, this is not ambitious, so it's not a big goal. It's by no means compatible with 1.5 degrees. It might be compatible with 2 degrees, and I will discuss a little bit more about that. But right now, what really worries me more, and I think we should all reflect about that and maybe discuss a little bit, is that besides the European Union, I don't see any other major country, like China or India, Russia, the USA, no one is proposing emission cuts, which even voluntary emission cuts, which are in line with the 2-degree target. So right now it seems Europe is the only continent that's doing that. And even they are sort of not very clear on the details. So we do need to think about that. How can we influence other parts of the world? And I think other people mentioned that. So it really doesn't matter if Europe becomes the first carbon neutral continent or the second, because if we don't have comparable action and commitment in other parts of the world, it will be pretty much useless. So the European emissions are the third largest, so it's important, but all the others need to be doing similar efforts, taking into account historical responsibility and all that. So what else is actually wrong in this new deal that is being proposed? So shortly after this Green Deal was proposed in the European Parliament, we saw the approval of a list of what they call the PCIs, so projects of interest, of common interest, that's it. And there were 55 new projects approved for fossil gas infrastructures in Europe. So what people usually call the natural gas, but it's actually a fossil fuel, and 90% of it is just methane. So 55 new projects which are in line to be financed with EU money also, which can go up to 50% of all the funding. So this is one point. Another point that we see going on every day is the Europe support for expansion of ports and airports, so in pretty much all the countries in Europe. So this week we had this good news about Heathrow, but here in Portugal, for example, and I have colleagues here from Aterra and other organizations which are fighting this, So in Portugal, the idea of the government is to build a new civil airport in the middle of the Tagus estuary. So for those people visiting us, so you should believe that we do have a lot of problems here. And this is supported still by the European Union. And also, well, talking about money. Money is important. We've been talking about money in all communication. So the European Union has promised 1 trillion euros for this Green Deal over a period of 10 years. So this is about 100 billion euros per year. So this might seem like a lot of money, like good news. But so I'm going to quote from Yanis Varoufakis, which was the finance minister in the past. So he points out that between 2009 and 2013, just 4 years, so 1.6 trillion euros were given to try to save the financial system in Europe. In the next 4 years, so starting in 2015, a further 2.6 trillion euros were given to save the banks once again. So this is far, far larger, 4 times, 6 times larger than what is being proposed for this Green Deal. So as, for example, Roy showed before, for most economies, for most governments, they still do not understand that the economy is just a small subset of the whole planet and the ecosystem and the atmosphere and the ocean. So the economy is still the central part. And even if we discount that, so even these 100 billion euros a year that are promised, a lot of them are not new money. So the European Union is taking lots of things that were already proposed and are just saying, here is our new deal, it's going to be 100 billion per year, so you should be happy about it. Then we have issues with creative accounting. So I'm just going to mention the case of Portugal. For example, here in Portugal, our baseline year for reducing emissions is 2005, which were the year where emissions basically peaked. So we are looking at the year. So the government says we're going to cut emissions by 50% in the next decade compared to that year. If we use the 1990 baseline year instead, which is actually what the European Union uses, this 50% reduction actually becomes a 30% reduction. So this makes a big difference. And finally, I think we should talk about the role of companies. So I want to go into that a little bit. So what we have also, so a lot of these large corporations, so multinational oil and gas companies, are based in Europe or started in Europe. So we have the case of BP in the UK, we have Shell in the Netherlands, we have Eni in Italy. So every single country has a major oil and gas company. Here in Portugal we have Galp, which was almost kind of artificially constructed to be this big company and to try to compete in the global market. So I was personally involved in this fight against the oil in Algarve in the rest of the country, and I think a lot of people here in the audience were. And then in 2018, we basically forced Galp to give up on their plans of drilling for oil in the seaside coast. So they had to give up due to a court case in the courts, which was won by the Plataforma Algarve Livre Petróleo, so this umbrella organization which was fighting against oil exploitation. That was a very, very nice thing that happened here, very inspiring. But I want to read to you what Galp said at that point. They said the following in the end of October 2018. So I'm going to quote. They said, "We will continue to invest in Portugal and pave the way in the field of sustainable mobility, investing in competitiveness and in energy and environmental efficiency of refineries, as well as progressively reinforcing our commitment to renewable energy sources." So maybe I should just stop there. They put out this statement, which circulated in all the press, even internationally, and this was their goal. But if you read carefully, they mention Portugal, so we will continue to invest in Portugal. And they even say, it is here in Portugal that we have our anchor, and that we are laying the foundations for the company's strategic transformation in response to the challenges of decarbonization. So all very, very fine words. So this is what they said actually a few weeks ago in a conference for in the industry in London. Its CEO actually said this. So the plan for Galp in the next decade is to double their oil production volume. Yeah, but wait, so they're going to do this. Their main, the countries where they're going to do this are Brazil, Angola, and Mozambique. So if you notice, everyone who knows a little bit of history, these are all former Portuguese colonies. And what I want to say here is that these two announcements are not contradictory. So basically what this company is saying, and what Shell is saying, and BP is saying, and Total and Endesa, they're all saying the same, is we're going to try to be as clean as possible in Europe, so invest in renewable energy, give up coal and all that. But we are also going to be as dirty as possible in the other countries, because this is my analysis. They are poor countries. Most of the times they have a very weak civil society. So we see, for example, in the case of Brazil, that the democracy itself is under some very severe threats. So the plan is to continue with this idea of a pristine Europe, as we discuss here, and then just go to the rest of the world and destroy everything. So to my mind, and I'm not a social scientist or theorist, I think people call this neo-colonialism, but I would just take out the neo because it is colonialism, just as fascism nowadays, it's fascism. It's not some neo thing, it's still the same old thing. So it's just go to the same old countries and destroy everything in sight. So I think that is something we should reflect about. So last question, I have 4 minutes maybe, is what can we do on a personal level? So I think the issue of hope is really important. And again, I mean this on an individual level, we should foster hope daily, but also on a collective level. So I think we should give out scenarios, and this conference can be a good help for that, of how other proposals, how we can get out of these problems. And I do think that new generations have a crucial role. So we should not be asking them to solve the climate crisis or the financial crisis, because it is not fair to talk to a teenager 10, 12, or 15 years and say, here, solve the problem. But for me, for example, it made a really big difference when Greta Thunberg was talking about her future and how she would be 47 years old in 2050, and she might still be alive in 2100, so I definitely will not be, but she has a good chance. She will be 97 years old, so that is a possibility. And I do think we need to start thinking in terms of 100 years, of 200 years. Sometimes for older people, including maybe people who have political responsibilities, this can be very hard, but we do have younger people being born every day, and they are also the renewal of society, of ideas, they come with just a different mindset. It might be worse for some things, better for others, it's just different. And then, well, finally, so in terms of systemic change, so this is something that Climaxim, one of the groups that I'm a part of, and others, also talk about. So for decades, we have been meeting in places like this, us and other people. We talk about the problems, inequality, and then we say, so you should go home and change your light bulbs, or maybe you should shop a little bit more consciously, try to buy organic. So all those things are important, but these are obviously, as everyone here probably understands, these are not systemic transformation. So what we see, for example, as system change, at least in terms of carbon pollution and climate change, is that most of the emissions occur away from the consumer. And I'm just going to finish. So another situation we have here in Portugal, for example, is the plan to double the terminal for liquefied natural gas, so LNG, which exists in Sines, so on the Alentejo, Atlantic coast. So the plan right now is to double that. So, for example, we have a gasoduct with Argelia. We receive gas from them, but we also have ships coming from Argelia, the same country, and delivering that gas in a liquid form. So each one of these ships can have emissions that can go over 400,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. So, and this is basically the equivalent of what 63,000 people in Portugal emit on average. So if we can just stop one of those ships or avoid them being shipped in the first place, we will be doing more than 63,000 people could do together, just cutting their own emissions, not flying, shopping responsibly and all that. So there are really these emissions in the system which we should tackle. So just to finish, so I think the only solution I can think of is that we should belong to collectives, to NGOs, to even political parties. If you are already part of such an organization, please consider if you can do a bit more, but also do it in a sustainable way. So activism has to be sustainable and it has to be resilient. So we should not have to destroy, for example, our personal lives or our academic career in order to become an activist. We have that choice, but we should do it in a way that allows us to fight today, in a year from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, because these fights will not disappear. And just to finish, so if you are not already part of one of these movements, and we have, for example, Extinction Rebellion outside, you can join, and there's lots of groups meeting. Please consider to become part of this movement now. So I think it's the right time to do it, and we are the ones we've been waiting for. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis, for such an interesting talk and so provocative comments and very inspiring. So now we are going to have our coffee break. It's going to be 10 minutes, so I will ask you to come back in 10 minutes. I would say 10 minutes, it's exactly at 4 o'clock. So at 4 o'clock we will be back. I just remind you that if you have any questions for Luis or Roar or Cassia, they will be on the panel in the end of the activity, the session, okay? So, até já.
Tem o microfone? Pronto, já estás a desmentir. Eu sei, eu vi.
Foi qualquer coisa aí?
Foi, acho que quando ele passou.
Isto aqui ficou ligado ou não?
Acho que está tudo ok.
Tinhas aí uma voz por
Olha, não está bem. Está a cair, não é?
Caiu tudo.
Caiu tudo, ok. Precisamos de pôr mais fita cola, não é? Se calhar.
Eu já.
Espera, aqui está.
E é
E é o microfone do Gil. Ficando assim, já está bem. Assim já não. Falta-me aqui.
So welcome back. We are going to enter in the last part of our conference. Before starting the next speaker or introducing him, I would like just to remind two little things. So one of the things is, in the end of the program, we will have a beautiful chorus from Coro da Achada, Centro Mário Dionísio, and we invite you all to be here in the end of the program. So I think it will be very, very inspiring, as art is so powerful for the changes. So we invite you all, and also if you don't forget to, in the end, to give back your receptors if you need a translation, so you can leave in the reception. Okay. So now I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Gil Penha Lopes. Gil is currently working on a participatory action research project entitled Bio-Redesign of Technological and Social Economic Systems at Local Scales to Improve Human Well-Being, and have recently founded an European platform of community-led initiatives towards a sustainable Europe, one that aimed at elaborating municipal adaptation strategies and promoting local adaptation in 26 Portuguese municipalities, and another one, Catalyst, on mapping and understanding local integral innovation, social, ecological, and economical. He is currently pursuing a career as nature-based researcher, trainer, and consultant. So warmly welcome, Gil Penha Lopes.
Obrigado, Filipe. Boa tarde. Eu vou fazer a minha apresentação em inglês. Estava aqui indeciso. Mas estou muito conectado com...
Good afternoon. I'm going to present my paper in Portuguese. Rather in English.
I see myself as a weaver. I'm also currently the father of a 5-year-old daughter, which it takes all my time and also heart. And I'm also going through a very big transformation internally, professionally. So I mean, this is who I am now. I mean, this shift. One thing I would like to do, if we can give one big clap all together, just one, all together at the same time, okay, to the organization. without me saying 1, 2, 3, okay? Good, thank you. And this is about also, this is a communication. I usually I'm not very into these settings of one speaking to many. So I'm going to ask about to get into, talk to your neighbor or in groups of 3 about what community or regeneration or nature-based design means for you. Be very brief. It's going to be like a minute of session for you, but just share in a sentence and then listen and try to be very present when you're speaking and mainly when you're listening. Okay? Can start now. What image or what it means to you, community or regeneration? O que significa comunidade, regeneração ou natureza? Pode ser uma imagem. You can start finalizing softly. Thank you for doing that. So I can say already that my presentation was a success to my daughter. Everybody clapped at the same time and talked about the topic of my conversation, of my session. So thank you so much. You made my day and her day as well. When I tried to go back, and I always saw myself as a guardian of nature, the picture that comes to me, it's this one. When Paul and Robert were in front of a vessel hunting seals, and this was in '74, and I was born much after that, but it's the image that comes to me when I think about my activism, my mission of life. And the second one is about the image of the planet. I don't know, since I'm young, I see the planet as a living being, and I've been acting as that. So this is what roots me when I think about community, nature, and regeneration. And of course, this is the donut planetary limit. And of course, here we have the ecological, and here we have the social. And I'm not going into the details. I think most of us are, probably half of us are within the club that comes to most of these conferences. And my question is, if we would have a graphic coming out from a doctor, for sure that we wouldn't have our day and even the next part of our life okay. Even if the doctor would say, well, your kidney is not working nicely, your heartbeat and your heart is really nasty, but also don't worry, everything else is okay, so you don't have to worry about. It's just 2 out of many organs you have. We need to look at these graphs in the same way. It's not having them, a lot of them red, it could just be one of them red, it can affect the whole system. It's a living organism, systemic, whole system. And this is when the solar system started in Earth, and then this is 4.5 billion years, so in 1,000 of millions for the Portuguese. And after it started, only after basically 1,000 millions, we started having the first cell, living cell, then almost another 1,000 millions to have photosynthesis, then a couple of 1,000 millions to have a more eukaryotic cell, a cell that is a bit more complex, and then life starts coming into land, becoming, before multicellular, then coming to land, and all this. So we really see an impulse of life towards diversity and biomass. Okay, so it's growing and developing. Of course, we humans also have the same thing. If you think about this time, and you put one stamp for every 10 million years, okay? There is once I did it, it's called a deep time walk, and it really touched me, because since the beginning, you really walk and walk and walk, and only now the first cell, and then you walk and walk and walk, and then photosynthesis for hours, and then you reach the last 10 centimeters, okay? And this is when we started having a kind of a culture. Jewelry, bones, hunting at 7 centimeters, modern humans around 3 centimeters, and everything that we study mainly in the recent history, it's within the last millimeter. And just to see how much we do, the potential, the positive, the negative, our story. I mean, just to think about, if we are nearly, 150 people? If we have average of 30 years or 50 years, just imagine how much time is here. If you are 100 and we have 50 years, it's 5,000 years just in this room of experience, of knowledge, of sharing, of thoughts. If we are the double, it's 10,000 years, okay? So nature has been so successful because it creates conditions conducive to life. If we think about this, since the first cell, all of this was created. However, from all of this diversity, only 0.1% is alive today. And of course, we humans are not helping that 0.1%. However, I think we should also be thrilled by being part of this 0.1% of life that had all this time evolving. And this is also what I like to think about as. So everything that surrounds us and ourselves has the designs, the patterns, the functions that really thrived in life, okay? Despite of generations, asteroids, diversity of climate, changes in the earth, so life is being integrated in cells, in organs, in individuals, in communities, in ecosystems, this diversity and capacity. And of course it has the life principles. Of course, this is done by Biomimicry 3.8, and the biggest systems or strategies are evolved to survive, adapt to changing conditions, being locally attuned and responsive, friendly chemistry, resource efficient, and also integrate development with growth. I'm not going to go into details, but this is also a framework that we can use to see how sustainable or even regenerative are we being. The more aligned we are with nature principles, with life principles, the better we are human beings. Not getting into what we are doing here, but I think we are a living tissue that has a function in this planet. So, when we also strike in the streets, we're also part of nature, defending itself. And a lot of is coming now, especially in the European Union, about nature-based solutions. I don't like the word solutions, but also it's coming. I think it's being used at its lowest potential, like green roofs and something, and planting trees in the city. It's also being considered about circular economy. It's also bringing a bit of that, because nature and life knows no waste. But it has a lot of potential. So if many of you, I'm also working on this, and I think it has a lot of potential. However, when doing some of this work, I was doing my PhD, and then I was working on applied ecology, how mangroves could be teaching how to make wastewater treatment facilities in Africa. And then after 3 years, 6 million euros of project and so on, I came back to Portugal. Then I went back after 6 months, and everything was abandoned. And I'm like, what the hell is happening? And then I talked to my friends and colleagues, and everybody was publishing articles. And I was like, but we are publishing because it's supposed to be working. It didn't matter. I had an inner conflict. I basically almost quit science, backpacked, traveled a bit Europe, trying to find answers, because for me it made no sense that science was not being at service of humanity. And I realized that one of the things that was not working is because whatever we developed as wastewater treatment, it didn't involve the local community. It was not fit for the local context, so it was working with gas and oil and whatever, and as soon as we left with all our European funds, the whole thing collapsed because it was not fit for purpose and for context. And one of the wildest things I did, I ended up on the Rainbow Family Gathering, which really broke me apart. So I think I know what a cocoon is, because it hurt a lot. And then I went to some more probably fit-in type of initiatives. So I went to Feenhorn for a while, I went to Totnes, and I also traveled to some permaculture projects, and this is in the Faculty of Science, to a group that I also belong. It just celebrated 10 years last year, so just ran by students, basically. And of course, I started learning a lot when sharing, and it was a whole new reality open to me. And just for example, for Feenhorn, it has more than 50 years, it has a very ecological footprint, and it also produces most of their energy and also recycles all their waste. So a lot started changing, not just by theory and reading books, but really seeing in practices. One of them is, of course, is this: everybody's going left. Why should I go the other way? Well, probably less people are going, so you also need to choose who to talk to and connect to. A lot of the shift from the linear thought to the non-linear and complex. And still today, I'm very linear, but really trying to not make assumptions that fast. As it was also shared by Roar, really coming up from this separated and competition to nested collaboration, we really need to understand Ollens and how this system works. It's not everything just independent and parallel. One of the frameworks I'm really feeling for the last 2 years is really trying to get out of the dualism. Even with the old sustainability against companies and banks and whatever, really how can we move from trying to fight one of the poles and trying to use the energy from this friction and this tension to move upwards as a whole. And I've been having to do this for 2 years. I've been starting implementing this year, and it's really a breakthrough. Not easy, because we really tend to go to the fight, but when we manage to do it, we manage to have a good reconciliation. Another framework I've been using is also from Spiral Dynamics, consciousness levels, and here, many people tend to say that people still don't get it. They need to raise their consciousness in order for us to evolve. And one of the things I felt is that more than raising consciousness, I'd rather be in a healthy vibration or state of being at that level of consciousness than trying to move from an unhealthy position. And the other one is that these lines of development, like emotional, kinetic, morality, creativity, aesthetics, spiritual, and so on, we are so much of a complex being. And that's why diversity is really good. And our society tends to, that we become very, very big at one of them, because then we'll be recognized and we can teach others. But my thing is about how can we evolve as much as possible with many of these lines of development, not only as an individual, but recognize that when we are in a group, in a family, in a community, having these all lines of development capacities, and really recognize that I don't have some of them. I might develop, I might not. And really accept people seeing the world from other angles, and also myself. So it's another framework I use. One that I was forced to is that trying to work with people that their vision or towards what they are working on, it's differently. And this is the 3 horizons. Of course, we are living today, and we need to take care of the system today. Some people are really far ahead about the future in like 50 years, and that's what needs to happen. So their vision is there. Some people are about how to do the transition between the 2 worlds. And sometimes if we are not clear about in which of the horizons we are having a conversation, people are just fighting, not because they don't agree what to do today, transition, or tomorrow, but because we don't have a clarity of what are we talking about in terms of vision and time frame. So I find this is also very useful. So when all of this was happening, I came to Portugal with a group of friends. We created Rede Convergir because I wanted to know what was happening in Portugal regarding all these sustainable initiatives in Portugal. It's thriving. It has more than 300 projects self-identified. We are now planning a 2.0 version of it. And then I decided to start focusing at the community level, not only because there were a lot of, I traveled for all these initiatives, a lot of reports really saying, as we heard today, decentralization, localization, and so on, but at the community level is the lowest level where we can still have an holistic and systemic perspective, function, and ways of being that can affect the system. Of course, all other levels, they still need to happen, and this is a regeneration at the scale of a territory in China the size of France. These projects, they still need to happen. Macroeconomic needs to change, but I decided to focus at the community level, because I also want to live in a healthy system. So in 2014, as Filipa said, we co-founded Ecolisa, which is a platform where all these network movements were connecting. A lot of learnings from eco-villages, from transition, from permaculture, from Colibri, from so many places, but they were not connecting. So what we did, we started bringing them together with this vision of a thriving and regenerative communities in a healthy planet. So our main mission was to share, co-create, and cooperate, raise the profile and highlight the potential of these initiatives and networks, and mainly influence the European and the national policies with what was being brought by these initiatives and requested. Like in some places, you cannot build with certain materials that are locally available. It could only be wood, steel, or concrete, and so on. So we started doing some work, which I'll explain later. So for the ones that don't know a bit about Portuguese initiatives, we have Telheiras, which was a transition movement that really built it in a neighborhood to bring all actors, all agents, all stakeholders to be together. I think it's once a month or so, from the municipality to the police, to the schools, to the stores, to whoever needs to be there to make common decisions on this territory. It's an informal meeting, so on, and they organize various events and actions. This is Tamera, an eco-village in Odmira, and just to say, Peter, are you here? Okay, if you want to know more about Tamera, Peter, just raise. I'm not going to say a lot about it, but you can talk to Peter to know a bit more. They have been here for more than 20 years in Portugal, doing a lot of regeneration of the fields, construction, human relationships, so you can know more about with Peter. And of course, the initiative, basically I'm belonging, it's in the Faculty of Sciences. It's a permaculture project, celebrated 10 years, and we managed to compost 40 tons a year of just garden material and 3 tons of vermicompost. We recycle from the bars, we compost them with worms, and we do many other things. We receive at least 2 schools a month. We celebrate equinoxes, solstice, whatever, and many other ones. And we do a lot of research as well. So regarding the Ecolisa, it also created the European Day of Sustainable Communities in order to really ground. So it's celebrated in Brussels. It's accepted by the European Commission. And last year, it was celebrated in 27 countries, even more than ones that Ecolisa kind of not represents, but it has as its members. One of the things I was also very, very involved is to make a report, because I saw a lot of wishful thinking, a lot of visions being put out there by these movements. Even the researchers that would go there, they would come back saying, this community is perfect, fully sustainable. Well, what do you mean? Where's the evidence? Where are the indicators? Show them to me. And then, of course, we will see that good plans, good visions, but in reality, it's much less, but doing the path. So we decided to do a compilation of all published material, all grey literature about all these movements. And basically, the first one that we just launched last year tells about what these movements are about, what are they doing, what impact are they having, but what's also needed for them to thrive, okay? And then we come also with some policy insights that I'll show you. By the way, we are doing this report every 2 years, okay? If you're into about contributing to the next one, 2020 is going to be the year of receiving material, writing, and so on, data, and then during 2021, the first 6 months, to write the draft and then launch it on the next 2020 European Day of Sustainable Communities in Brussels. But what it tries to do, it's not to stay in the symptoms component and why they happen, I mean superficially, it's really trying to go to the root cause about our culture, our economic system, what needs to change, as it was also several of them mentioned before, and there are many more, not all in this picture as well. So some of the report's conclusion were, of course, we need to go beyond our economic growth, degrowth, so I'm going to ask Álvaro to see if this is a possibility. Regenerative and solidarity economy, socio-ecological regeneration, promote the commons, inclusive governance, transformative social innovation, and of course really highlight and respect whoever is doing something good at the local level. There are other components. This is a Portuguese study. I'm not going to share the whole thing, but really would like to bring about not only this multidimensionality of sustainability that needs to be practiced at the community level, but this component of experimentation. We're also educated, I think education comes on the next one, that we can't fail. It's always about achieving the best. We are in a position that we need places to trial. In the UK, for example, there is an experimentation policy, because you might not follow the law if you're going to say, I'm going to test this to see if it works better than probably the conventional. In Portugal, we didn't have that until last year, because the law changed to allow experimentation in the central government, okay? So the public serviços públicos, public services, they can call for this new law experimentation to not follow the rules, like work from home or whatever. So that gap was open, and I talked to the lawyer that was doing the messenger or whatever between the parties and the Conselho de Ministros, Ministry Council, and she was the one saying yes or no to the proposals, and she said it's open, it just needs a kind of addenda, it just needs to add other places where these experimentalisms can happen. So it's a good place to also to go. This is the recommendations we also came up with, and I would really like also to focus on this one. Also the education system, by talking, for example, to children that were raised in more healthy environments, I started seeing the full potential of not only kids, because I also knew myself, but of human beings and how we can really grow in other paradigms. So it was also really interesting thing. So key messages. One thing is about Daniel Wallace coming to Portugal. Who doesn't know him, and it's here, it should listen to him in Culturgest on the 13th of March at 6:30. Lynn Godison is launching her natural intelligence book about how nature could inspire the next phase of humanity development. Also, Regenesis Institute is really grounded. It has 20 years of experience on how we can become regenerative practitioners. We are having a course already here going on. We're going to have the intensive in April, but we have already the second course that's going to happen from May until October. It's open already, so if you see Mario around, Mario, just raise your hand. You can talk to Mario, he's the one receiving also. Why am I saying this? I don't gain any of this money, it's just because I like to offer possibilities of what next, okay? And so we're also going to be celebrating the 2020 celebration of the European Day of Sustainable Communities on the 19th of September this year. If you want to know more or promote one, just go. And I'd like also to close with one that I'm also promoting. We talked a lot about living sustainably locally. This is a project that the cooperative of 6 people started. It's called Habitats Regenerativos. So I think we are on the right level of the 3 levels of economy and governance. It's at Abrigada, Alenquer, 40 kilometers from Lisbon. So it wants to become a sustainable village, let's say. It has 46 hectares. And these are some of the projects that can be developed. We don't have a plan. We basically bought the land. It's in the name of the cooperative. And now we are in the phase about, you're interested? Come and talk. We intend that at least half of the people living there work also there, okay? We are only 6. Some other people are also coming. Mari is also one of them. Maria next to him as well. Come and talk to us if you have projects, you have intentions, feel free. We're going to have the next visit on the 21st of March, okay? And you can call José, not to me. This is the good thing about being here. I can give his phone number. And of course, we're going to make mistakes. Of course, we don't have the perfect process, but we are really open. We also try to go slow to learn from. But I think it's also very different from what it was 20 years ago. I think we have a much more culture and a good vibe. And I want to thank you all.
So thank you, Gilles, for these insightful comments and bringing the community perspective. So now I welcome our last speaker, Álvaro Fonseca. So we are happy to have you here, Álvaro. He has a PhD in microbiology and was a professor and researcher in the life science for 28 years at Universidade Nova de Lisboa. He is currently on a journey of reflection and search for alternative path towards a fair, more cooperative and sustainable society. And since 2018, he has been a member of the core team for the Portuguese DeGrow Network. So, welcome, Álvaro Fonseca.
Thank you. Obrigado. Portanto, para avançar. Ok, obrigado. Aqui, ok, boa. Obrigado. Ora, boa tarde a todos. Apenas uma primeira mensagem em português, depois vou...
Good afternoon. We'll start in Portuguese and then I'll switch into English. Thank you for the invitation to be here, and also on behalf of De Crescimento, the growth organization, and also congratulations on this event, and also with the working groups for tomorrow.
It's going to touch quite a few issues that have been raised by previous speakers, so please bear with me because I will be somehow repeating a little bit of what's being said, but somehow being the last person to talk, this is a risk that happens, and I'm assuming that risk, and by assuming that risk, I also somehow try to make an overview of a lot of what's being said this afternoon. So I didn't bring any of my books because I haven't published any yet, maybe. I brought some books that have to do with degrowth. One is the book by Serge Latouche, another one by Carlos Taibo that doesn't deal exactly with degrowth, but Carlos Taibo is also a degrowth defender, but he's talking about the collapse of society. And one of the authors that is an inspiration for the degrowth movement, Ivan Illich, one of the books that has quite a few of his texts translated in Portuguese. And these are two leaflets from the Oslo Triennial Architecture that happened last year, dedicated to degrowth. So architects are also thinking about degrowth, so degrowth is not only an issue about economy, it's about the whole society. So we've been hearing a lot about the state of the environment, and I don't have to maybe say a lot about this because the international scientific community, so this is not a matter of opinion, so this is an issue that has been brought to us by the scientists for many years now, and also by many other people who have been thinking about these issues. I'm just quoting here a few recent reports. One is actually a paper by a group of scientists that is called the World Scientist Warning to Humanity that was published in 2017. Of course, the IPCC reports, the United Nations panel on climate change, and the also United Nations panel on biodiversity and ecosystems. The messages are very clear. The imperiled biosphere, destructive climate impacts, global collapse of biodiversity and ecosystems. So the words are very clear, they're very strong, and that means that we do have to do something about it. And the other message that is maybe not so clear, but it's also mentioned here, has to do with the connection between the environmental collapse and the economic system based on growth. So this is one of the central issues of the degrowth movement, but also, of course, as we've been listening yesterday and today, it's also an issue of other movements as well. But it's not only the scientific community that has been telling us about the dire situation of our environment, it's also the civil society. We've had here Katja earlier on speaking about the youth climate movements, and of course the message is also very clear. Unfortunately, it appears that the adults and leaders are not really listening, and that is a message that I also convey to you. Are we really listening to what our the youngest part of our community is telling us? But of course, we also know, we've also been mentioned before, the various activist movements that they have been also fighting for the bringing the climate and environmental issues into the political agenda. Of course, there have been some initiatives that somehow want to tackle with this issue. Declarations of climate emergency from different cities and regions and even some countries, although of course declarations are good intentions, but they have to be transposed into policies. And one of my main messages here is that, as also Roar has told this morning, and Elena also earlier on, the root cause of the environmental collapse is an economic system based on flawed premises. So it's not only a crisis, a market failure, it's also a theory failure and a failure to really listen to the collective knowledge that has been gathered by humanity. And I'm talking about, of course, the knowledge from biology and ecology, but not only that. So there is a disconnect between political action and policy decisions and the knowledge that we have on ecology and biology. I mean, this cartoon, probably people know this cartoon from a quote from a well-known economist, but this is actually an interesting quote. But I'm actually going to show you a small clip of a talk, or actually a little speech by a known Canadian biologist and environmental activist David Suzuki, and what he has to say about the connection between economy and ecology.
The economists say if you clear cut the forest, take the money and put it in the bank, you can make 6 or 7%. If you clear cut the forest, put it into Malaysia or Papua New Guinea, you can make 30 or 40%. So who cares whether you keep the forest? Cut it down, put the money somewhere else. When those forests are gone, put it in fish. When the fish are gone, put it in computers. Money doesn't stand for anything, and money now grows faster than the real world. Conventional economics is a form of brain damage. Economics is so fundamentally disconnected from the real world, it is destructive. If you take an introductory course in economics, the professor in the first lecture will show a slide of the economy. And it looks very impressive, you know, raw materials, extraction, process, manufacture, wholesale, retail, with arrows going back and forth. And they try to impress you because they think, they know damn well, economics is not a science, but they're trying to fool us into thinking that it's a real science. It's not. Economics is a set of values that they then try to use mathematical equations and all that stuff and pretend that it's a science. But if you ask the economist, in that equation, where do you put the ozone layer? Where do you put the deep underground aquifers of fossil water? Where do you put topsoil or biodiversity? Their answer is, oh, those are externalities. Well, then you might as well be on Mars. That economy is not based in anything like the real world. It's life, the web of life that filters water in the hydrologic cycle. It's microorganisms in the soil that create the soil that we can grow our food in. Nature performs all kinds of services. Insects fertilize all of the flowering plants. These services are vital to the health of the planet. Economists call these externalities. That's nuts.
Okay, as you probably realized, I'm not an economist. And I don't want to give a bad name to economy. I'm just saying that economy is being misguided because it's not using the knowledge that we have to do what it should be doing best, which is to give us clues on how to decide on our collective future. So, as you've probably heard already, that quote, the first quote is from David Suzuki, and of course that image and the message there says it all. There is no economy on a dead planet. So a living economy is what we need, and we're part of nature, so that economy has to contemplate not only our own lives, but the lives of the other living organisms that share the planet with us. So just a very small detail about the words economy and ecology. Of course, they do have a common origin in the Greek word oikos, that means home. But the thing is that this conventional economics that is based on the neoclassical economics of the mid-20th century, it should be actually called chrematistics, which is another word that comes from the Greeks, and it has to do with a type of economic system that its main goal is to accumulate wealth and capital. And that's the mainstream economics that we have. But we could have a different economy if we wanted to. An economy which we would call an ecological economy, although I think that it is unnecessary redundance to call economics ecological, because economy should already be ecological, and unfortunately it is not, at least the one that is leading to the current policy decisions. So there is a double deficit in our mainstream economics. One is epistemological, and it has to do with a failure to use the knowledge on biology and ecology, but also on thermodynamics, and I'm using here thermodynamics because there is an economist that is an inspiration for the degrowth movement that made the connection between economy and thermodynamics. Here I'm quoting not a degrowth activist, but actually a quote from the encyclical, the 2015 encyclical Laudato Si from Pope Francis, and it has to do with the other deficit in the mainstream economics, which is ethical. We've talked about ethics yesterday. I think this is a key issue. So it's not only a disconnect with ecology, it's also not having the correct ethics to base our economic system. So the global impacts of industrial civilization and growth-based economics is, whoops, não sei porque é que não está a passar. Talvez ficou sem pilha. Não. É outra razão. Bom, Vamos ver se continua. Vamos ver. Ok, está a funcionar outra vez. As I was saying, the global impacts of the industrial civilization and growth-based economics can be seen in several graphics. Some of them are depicted in this figure. Of course, I'm not expecting you to read them all, but there's some socioeconomic trends, as also some biophysical trends, and the connection is very clear. So the economic system is actually generating very deep changes in our biophysical system. Some of these changes are, of course, extremely negative. Of course, it's funny that this word has not been said in this conference yet. Anthropocene is the name that some, well, first geologists, but then other members of the scientific community and also in the social sciences, so this word has been now used for some time now, and it has to do with the impact of human activities on the planetary system. We've seen already some of these graphics, so I'm not going to go through with them, but again, another quote from the same encyclical by Pope Francis, and it has to do, of course, with the unsustainable consumption of resources by our current system. Of course, I mentioned climate emergency, but as we know, the climate emergency has not been turned into policies that are actually making the necessary changes. This may stem from different reasons, some of more psychological nature. I quote here a well-known German psychoanalyst and psychologist, but also, as we've heard before, vested interests are making our leaders not taking the necessary steps to mitigate the environmental crisis. But, of course, this session is about the connection between ecology and economy, but I also want to stress that the economic paradigm has also social costs, which are very important. Some of them have to do with the wrong measures of economic performance. We've heard about this. GDP is still being used. We already know it's not a good measure of economic performance, but we still use it, unfortunately, and it's not measuring the social costs and the environmental costs of our economic system. And of course, there are very important other issues associated with this economic system that have, of course, led to consumerism and levels of inequality that are clearly now unsustainable. So, the degrowth movement builds on these issues. It's based on the writings and the thoughts of different authors. Some of them are written there, but also yesterday James talked about the report, The Limits to Growth, and this is also a main inspiration for the degrowth movement. The Romanian-American economist that was also an inspiration for the degrowth movement that made the connection between economy and thermodynamics. The degrowth movement only took off in the early 2000s. The first international conference happens in Paris in 2008. The book by Serge Latouche that I just mentioned, Serge Latouche is probably one of the best known degrowth thinkers, and in this book he talks about concrete utopia and quiet revolution to describe what needs to be done to avoid the social and ecological collapse. But other authors in the UK, in the US, in Spain and elsewhere, mainly in Europe, have also written about degrowth. So degrowth is not only a criticism of the growth-based economic system, is also a word that is used as a political slogan to expose the intrinsic unsustainability of our global economic model. Two strong words are also used by the degrowth activists. One is detoxification and the other one is decolonization. These words have been used before in this conference, and this is a very important issue to understand. We are dealing with transformations that need to take us out of this mode, this illusion that growth and market economies can lead to healthy societies. Degrowth also appeals to question and redefine very key concepts. Some of them have already been touched here: development, progress, well-being, wealth. What do we mean exactly by these words? And this is a very, very crucial issue. The other is the notions of biophysical limits, the commons, and intergenerational justice and equity, and have also been talked about by other speakers. Though for the growth movement, there are four main pillars of the current growth-based system. Cheap fossil fuels, well, I put there cheap, of course, because in the beginning they were cheap to extract, but no longer. The financialization of the economy, the global economy, of course, the role of advertising and marketing, which is sometimes we don't pay attention to this key aspect of this, bringing this addiction to the growth mentality, which is also fostered by our advertising and marketing systems. And also the planned obsolescence, which is bred into the production system that makes people consume and buy more things or replace things unnecessarily. This has led to certain values to come up in society. Degrowth promotes other types of possible society paths. Degrowth does not have solutions. It has proposals for certain types of movements, of paths that maybe can take us out of this conundrum where we are, and to foster other types of values and attitudes in society that may lead us to more sustainable. How am I? Okay, thank you. I just said that degrowth does not have solutions. I use here an image from the book by Serge Latouche, and he talks about a virtuous cycle of degrowth based on 8 R's that are written there in French. I mean, the words are easy to understand because the equivalents in Portuguese or in English are almost the same. But so the issue here is that we need to rethink and to practice different approaches in our society. We need to make the right questions. We need to redefine certain concepts. We've heard about this from Elena this morning. Curtail extractivism. This is an important issue. Foster cooperative and local farming, redistribute and reduce paid work and value convivial leisure, reduce of course, environmental and social detrimental economic activities and promote beneficial ones. This insistence in reduction, I think, is another key issue to the degrowth proposals. Eliminate wasteful and superfluous consumption, and of course foster participatory democracy, because collective decision has to be also has to involve more people in this process, otherwise we know what happens. So this is the basis for a bioeconomy. Again, the unnecessary redundancy on my view, but of course this is not enough. There's much more that we need to do to really go into systems change, and I added there several Ds that have to do with this necessary change. So At this point, I think it is important to understand, yes, the crisis is systemic, we've heard about this, but there is a problem. We might run into several collapses very soon. Some of them have already happened in some places, so it's not something that is going to happen in the future, it's something that is already happening right now. It's only going to be more frequent, and it's going to happen so more frequent and in more different places. So how are we going to navigate this moment of probably unavoidable collapses? So Digros proposes that we can maybe mitigate and minimize the impacts of this process, which will probably lead to degrowth anyway. The question is, can we start doing the degrowth that is needed in some economies? Of course, degrowth doesn't say that everything and everybody has to degrow. No, degrowth as a plan for this, which is, of course, geographically and socially distributed. The changes that are necessary, of course, are at different levels. At the macro level of economic and political institutions, but also at the micro level of personal values and aspirations. And this is a very key issue. So degrowth also promotes this idea that we have to zoom in, yes, to do practical work in the local communities, but we have to make the zoom out, the necessary to zoom out to understand what's going on globally. So this is kind of a wrap-up of what I said and up to now. Degrowth strives to build a true economy based on the sustainability of all life and ecosystems, social justice and equity, human well-being and dignity, and inclusive participatory democracy. Well, some of you say, nice intentions. How do we go about it? One thing that we really need to do is to put ecological sustainability in the heart of politics. Otherwise, nothing will change. So there, as I put there in the first place, there is no economy on a dead planet. So ecological civilization is something that we need to move forward to. This is a quote from a well-known libertarian writer, American. Either we will establish ecological society or society will go under for everyone, irrespective of his or her status. So the revolution that is necessary, because we are talking about the revolution, the word has been used before, and I also use it here, but this revolution has to occur at different levels of society, cultural, ethical, and political. And this can be done by local and bioregional ecosystems. We've heard about also bioregion thinking. This is a key issue also for the degrowth movement. So we already have skills, practices, and worldviews as well. We have to use them. These diversities that we have to grab it and really use it in our favor and bring together people from different walks of society, scholars, scientists, artists. We've talked so little about art, and art is also a key to our well-being, and artists are necessary to bring in to the systems change. Otherwise, so we have to be inclusive about this systemic change that we really want. So we really need to bring together people from very different walks of life. And of course link with what already exists in our territories, because there are already initiatives. Some of them are almost invisible. Gilles mentioned some of them, but a lot of people don't know of them. Why? Because, of course, mainstream media is not interested in talking about these, of course, because we also know that mainstream media is owned by big corporations or big enterprises. So, okay, I'm not going to go on because I know you already got the message. Anyway, so we have to imagine an experiment. That word is also a very important word for the degrowth movement. rely on diversity and also self-organization. This is something also key. We should not expect to have a global leader that is going to give us the solutions. We have to get everyone involved in this process, or it won't happen. There won't be leaders. We need some leaders, of course, visionary leaders, but they are not the ones. We are the ones that will make the difference, or difference won't happen. Okay. So we've heard about some solutions from the international policy agenda. Degrowth looks at this with some skepticism. We've heard about this from Elena this morning. I asked her a question and she talked about this, so I'm not going to persist a lot, but I'm just going to say that the Sustainable Development Goals include one goal number 8, which is good jobs and economic growth. And this is a problem, because I don't know if we're going to achieve any other of those goals if that one is also there, especially if that economic growth is based on the same parameters that we've been using before. And we've also heard about other international policy agendas. Some of them have very important and necessary proposals, but they are not sufficient. They won't lead us to the systemic change that we need. Because, why? Because they don't challenge the economic and business models based on growth and profit making, and they don't question these processes, especially the techno-industrial system based on exhaustion and commodification of resources. But there are other international initiatives. Some of them are moving away from the growth addiction. Some of them have been talked about. One from the degrowth community, which is an alternative to the well-known Stability and Growth Pact of the EU. It's called Sustainability and Wellbeing Pact. It was proposed in 2008 and again in 2009. I mentioned the Oslo Architecture Triennale that was dedicated to degrowth this year, but also initiatives from the Catholic Church, like this initiative that will happen next month in Assisi, fostered by Pope Francis and the famous encyclical. But also initiatives such as the Universal Basic Income. I think this is also an interesting proposal. I don't think it is a magical solution, but it is an interesting tool to systems change. There are many challenges for system change, and unfortunately advertising, marketing, mainstream media and social media are not necessarily helping. I'm not saying there won't be help from that side, but unfortunately the majority is not helping, and it's actually intensifying these challenges that are already there. And a quote from a British thinker, Paul Kingsnorth, the founder of the Dark Mountain Project: what we are really trying to save as we scrabble around planting turbines on mountains and shouting at ministers is not the planet, but our attachment to the Western material culture, which we cannot imagine living without. So we need a praxis and an ethos that is based on care, sufficiency, prudence, and life. Some other quotes that stress this point, and we need really a worldview change, an ethical change that can take us out of this systemic crisis. And so I just give you a few hints on resources on the degrowth movement, book, journal that is published monthly in France, several conferences that will happen this year in Vienna in May, June, and in September in Manchester, and the Global Degrowth Day that will happen on the 6th of June. Thanks for your attention. Whoops, I'm going to stop this because I'm running out of time. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado a todos.
Talk and so powerful. And now we will have our final panel. So the topic is economics and the environment, preventing collapse and creating an economy rooted in the sacred and ecology. So there will be a moderator, and I would like to invite Eva Pires. Eva Pires has a degree in geography from University of Coimbra and a PhD in human geography from Universidade de Lisboa. She teaches at the Department of Sociology and coordinates the Masters and PhD in Human Ecology. She is president of the Society of Human Ecology. So welcome, Eva Pires. And I would like also to invite all the speakers, so Álvaro, Roar, Gilles, Luis, and Cassia. I don't know if Cassia is here? Cassia, okay. So, welcome.
Can we start now? Yeah, can we start? Okay. So, thank you for the invitation. It was a pleasure to be here. I learned a lot of things and very interesting things. And first, let me thank all the keynote speakers for their inspiring, provocative, intelligent, creative presentations, and for sharing with us all their knowledge and solutions, possible solutions for the big problems we are facing. And now, sorry, I'm going to move to Portuguese. So I'm sure that all of you are very excited to start putting lots of questions to our speakers, but I'm going just to briefly present them, okay? Just summarizing what I have said. A Cássia, no fundo, mostrou-nos como, mesmo sem os holofotes,
Cássia had shown us that the movements of youth that are trying to make an effort to actually change and move the world forward and dealing with this topic, it is really important. Sometimes when this topic started to be a lot of attention, which a lot of people a long time ago has already been working on them, and it's good to give visibility to those people who had started a long time ago working on these issues. She had presented to us that after a generation like mine, there's a lot of sections nowadays. But our generation, it was a generation that wasn't that involved in terms of acting against the climate crisis that they were facing. It seems like the future is in the shoulders and hands of these youth of nowadays. And I hope they don't feel stressed, but on the opposite, and they start to act and move forward so we can have a better future, a more sustainable future. Ho had spoken that we have to have a holistic vision and non-semistic. There's no easy solutions for complex problems. It's needed to think of the complexity of... We all understood that the urge to change. What seems to be difficult is putting these social and economical systems moving forward. They seemed like such heavy machinery that required a big effort to make them move forward. And Ruard had shown us, gave us some tips in how can we push them forward and actually gradually starting making these economical systems towards a more sustainable and development future. Luís Fazendeiro was really interesting as well. I was expecting graphics. From a personal point of view, I'm very skeptical to those graphics because they are very abstract and hard to understand by the majority of people that aren't really experts on physics. But I'm sure that Luís draw these models and graphics in a very creative form, like Schumacher, like Smalley's beautiful book. And Luís Fazendeiro put people as the center of the models, and it was in a presentation very, very interesting. And he had shown us that he left it with the hope message, a message of hope, that we should be hopeful of the future, but we can't be waiting that technology will save us. Technology won't be saving us if we ourselves don't give the corner steps, the biggest steps we need to do in order to pursue change. Gilles had shown us that he had learned by doing it, which is a very important message as well. When he was going around all Europe finding innovative projects, he had shown us that every single one of us have the power to do that little change by walking. We can do our path by walking. There isn't a common model for everyone. The same thing doesn't work for everyone. For complex problems, we have to have complex solutions. We have to work as a community, as a group, and understand what others are doing, and the good practices will always allow us to share. But the good practices and good solutions should be shared between everyone. Lastly, Álvaro Fonseca. There isn't a planet B, but there's a plan B. In the end, he's very convicted, and it was a very dynamic presentation about the degrowth, the concept. Another economist had said that all of those that we think you can have an unlimited growth are either economics and growth. In the end, what we need to do is plan this change. We need to have a society that reflects. We have to reflect about the past issues, the past crises. We have to learn with the past in order to project and gather nowadays in order to pursue and to move forward in a better change and a better world. Thinking that future needs to be a collective exercise and has to involve everyone. And what's really important is not to do like Regis Beck discussed. It is important that in this transitional process, either with degrowth or another paradigm, the beneficial cost is not bad distributed, so it's really important to plan, collectively reflect, discuss, dialogue, plan this collective change model. But the important is costs and benefits can be disequality organized. We're striving for a change of paradigm, but still lingering a lot of the past things. We need to come together. Now my question that I have is for everyone, and then I'll allow the public to speak as well.
To undertake to integrate economics and ecology. If that's possible to integrate economics and ecology, but what kinds of politics do we need to integrate both? wants to start? You want to start?
See?
Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Well, I think there is no way around it. If economy does not integrate ecology, things will only get worse. So I think it's not a matter of choice. We need to do that. So that's one of the key messages. Of course, as you said before, the issue of social justice and equity, of course, is central to this change. But if we keep putting policy decisions on the environment as little keynotes on our political programs, the necessary change won't happen. So this is really a key issue. And we do have the knowledge already. So we are just not using it. And this is something that I feel very strongly because I was in the life sciences for many years. And for biologists, I'm actually not a biologist. I'm a chemical engineer, but then I ended up doing a PhD in microbiology. And one of like in the biology 101, one of the first things that we learn is that exponential growth can only happen in a petri dish or in a test tube. It does not happen in nature. Okay, so how can we not take this into account in our systems? And of course, all the other issues that have to do, we're not talking just about growth and about resource exhaustion. There's much more that has happened as a consequence of this economic system that has put like several issues aside, including the ethical issue, which I feel very strongly about.
Okay, thank you. Gilles, please. So how to integrate economics and ecology?
Yeah. Of course, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what was presented, but some of the things that are coming to me, I really feel that we need to participate at the local level. I think that we are very, sometimes, not rooted in our territory. So all the decisions that are happening at the local level, whether they cut a tree or push somebody else off the house or whatever, we don't feel it's our community. So again, that's why I feel community is important. And I also feel that we really need to connect a lot with ourselves to be more active agents. So for example, when Elena told in the morning about these trade agreements that are happening international, one of the things that I really committed is to talk to Marcelo Rebelo de Sousa, so he's our president, and really tell it in face-to-face, because I really wanted to look in the eyes and not just send an email. And it was one of these probably hardest decisions, because it took a lot of days for him to make a decision, to say that he agreed with what the government was saying, that we would also sign the agreement. So I think we really need to take things more personally and at the community level. And yeah, the last, it's if it's not fun, it's not sustainable. So this for me is really important. We really need to be doing while we are celebrating and celebrate what we are doing. Otherwise, it's just going to be another task that we put in ourselves to grow for sustainability. We will be workers for the sustainability model. And I don't think we want that. So I want to be enjoying the ride.
Thank you. So, Cassia? Yes.
Thank you. I think at the beginning of the question, you also mentioned individual and collective. And oftentimes, it looks like they want to convince us that we are individually the problem, in a way like if you change just not using plastic bag, you're going to solve it. Or for example, even not using less water in the shower is important. Of course you should do that, but sometimes if you eat a hamburger, you're consuming the water you would use in the week, or most of the water in countries like Brazil go to agriculture or industry. So it's important that the things of systemic and complex changes, we have to change ourselves our local level and globally at the same time. Otherwise, we're not going to make it. You can be the another person in another conference mentioned like Franciscano do Clima, like the most the best climate activist. You don't emit anything. You are carbon negative, and at the same time, if your city is not, or if your country and the world is not, it's not going to be enough. So it's a challenge, and we don't have the answer, but we're trying. And I think in our case, how we are trying to do that is like on our network, helping young people go through this individual change as part of a global movement, so they can feel that they are doing something together, inspire each other, and replicate what is working. And we have to be careful with two things that were mentioned already, but if you focus only in the local level, we may not be able to make it because of other countries will not do, or even sometimes, as was mentioned, we can have the perfect country, but a lot of the things that we do that are bad are being done in other countries. So it looks like we are perfect in the Scandinavia, or like in Portugal may even become, but if we can just export this to other things. And the bill is not going to close either in a chemical like way, because it doesn't matter if you're, it kind of matters because there's local and regional systems where you're emitting, but in the total system, is going to count. And of course, there's the final thing of the climate justice, because those that are the ones that are contributing less to the problem are the ones facing the issue. Like Mohamed Yunus mentioned, that in Bangladesh, probably by mid-century, 18 million people will lose their homes, like 2 times Portugal. And where do you think these people are coming to? And like, how can we, and there's an article that I saw this week saying that the climate deniers are going to automatically translate themselves into nationalists against like climate migrants and other things. So they are, even when they are convinced about climate change, we have to make a decision on how we are going to face climate change. Like, are we going to face through a more progressive war, like building a world that is inclusive, or like erasing xenophobia, killing people, or like don't care about it? So there are many futures that are possible, and the decisions we're making today will tell us which one will be the one that we will see a few years from now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, please.
I think Cassia has said most of the things already, but I just want to point out something that Gilles referred to in his presentation, which I thought it was really enlightening and really helps to set the terms for the discussion, which is sometimes we are talking about a subject or even using the same words, but we have very different time frames in our minds, and that is really important. So for me personally, I have to confess that I'm very focused on the short term right now, because I think we do have a climate crisis. We need to address it. And the answer to your question, I think, was given by Elena in the morning in her presentation, when she beautifully talked about 3 levels of economic enterprise, and the private, maybe for small businesses, the cooperative, which is really important, but then for key sectors of the economy, like water, like energy, like transportation, we really should be talking about public and government control in a way. And this translates practically into what is called the climate jobs campaigns, which exist all over the world, in the UK, in France, in South Africa, in the Philippines, and also here in Portugal. So this has been launched about 4 years ago or so, and there are many organizations involved, including workers' unions, including environmental NGOs. And what this proposes really is to create, for example, in the case of Portugal, 100,000 new jobs, all in the public sector, so in renewable energy, in transportation, in forest, in the biological agriculture. And this would bring down the emissions drastically. And it would address 2 crises at the same time, so the carbon climate crisis and the jobs crisis and instability and lack of proper jobs. So that's my...
Thank you. Well,
okay. Can you hear me?
Do you think so systemic approach can help us merge or integrate economics and ecology?
Yes, I think so. I once attended a lecture called Blessed with a Brain Tumor. This was by a person who had been diagnosed with brain tumor and healed himself through natural means.
And the planet right now is having brain tumor, and we are blessed in many ways to have that brain tumor because it is waking us up finally. We have been asleep, and as Mr. Fonseca said earlier, economy and ecology has the same root in the Greek language, oikos. And so now we're finally waking up to that reality that this is what economy and ecology is all about. It has been part of an integration altogether, but we have been asleep at the wheel and we have been using the wrong theories, as Mr. Reiner pointed out very clearly. And now we need to throw the theories out and become practical and to really work together and to heal this planet. So the crisis is our wake-up call, and that is the great benefit that we are reaping from all of our mistakes. So in that sense, I feel very hopeful, because when I started this organic course, at the school many years ago, I thought that by 1985 the whole planet would be ecological, and it would just. We had that kind of optimism, but we were very, very naive. But now we can no longer be naive because it has become so serious. So that, I think, is the main message today, that we are forced to integrate, we are forced to look for real solutions.
Okay, so thank you. Now we have half an hour, more or less, or 40 minutes. So can I just ask the public? So now you can intervene. Please put concise questions so that you can give also the floor to other people. So over there, please, yes. There. First here, sorry. Then you. Okay, yeah, please.
So my question is triggered by a slide that I saw in Roa's presentation on the 4 freedoms of the EU and the problems. And one of the freedoms is the freedom of labor, by which I understand to mean freedom of movement. And I do understand that free labor is exploited by taking in cheap workers from elsewhere. But so my question is this: while we're in the business of making systems change for people and planet, what should be a good policy for immigration? And how does that affect all of these issues that we're discussing?
Okay, just let me pick up 2 or 3 questions and then you can answer, okay? So I think over there also, please. There's someone asking over there.
Hi. My question goes for Roar, and maybe Alvar can give some insights also. About the protest vision that Roar presented, I would like to know how the degrowth could fit it.
Okay, one more question. No, over there.
How degrowth?
Can you pick up probably over there because it's easier? Yeah. Last row, the last row.
Are you writing down the questions?
For everyone and anyone?
Because I didn't get
We know there's so many positive initiatives going on that many of the speakers have mentioned already, but I'd like to ask everyone if very specific macroeconomic policies that would facilitate the type of vision and change that we all are here wanting to see. Concrete, specific macroeconomic policies that are not limited to one eco-village or one permaculture community, but can be spread, can be upscaled. That I'd like to hear people's views on.
Do you want to start? One of the questions was about
I
mobility.
can, yeah. So the question about labor and mobility, the 4 freedoms in the EU. As I mentioned in my presentation, the problem with those 4 freedoms is that they are basically made into policies to be for the benefit of corporations and for business. And the most dramatic example of it, because I live in the United States, is, as Rainer pointed out just briefly, when the NAFTA agreement was signed, agriculture in Mexico was primarily based on small farming. And then when NAFTA was established, meaning a free trade agreement with 2 very rich countries and 1 developing country, with the main purpose of extracting resources from that poor country to feed the rich country so that the Americans could grow Idaho potatoes in Mexico and then bring them back to the United States. So that millions of Mexican farmers went out of business, and they moved to the border where they ended up making, $2-3 a day producing televisions and car parts for Americans. So that's a very dramatic example of the free mobility of labor, because as Polanyi pointed out, when labor becomes a commodity, this is what happens. In Norway, most of the carpenters and electricians are from Poland. And so this is what has happened within the EU. Single men move to Norway to make good money and then undercut the Norwegian plumbers and carpenters and so on, which makes the Norwegian homeowner happy because he's getting a cheaper labor, but it creates an imbalance. So the man leaves the family in Poland, sends the money back to Poland so that the family can build a big house in Poland. But this is disrupting communities. And so we need to create economic policies that maintains families and communities on the local level. This is primary for an economy. And once you leave this community and move here, then integrate in Norway, bring your whole family, settle in Norway, become part of the Norwegian community. But splitting up communities like that, this is not healthy, and this is what is happening in the EU, and bringing new countries like Hungary, Romania, and so on, that are on a much poorer or less developed economically, is creating even more. Now, Danish and UK farmers are buying up land in these countries and creating mega farms, destroying the local farm economy. So these are very unhealthy policies. And this is what the EU is creating, and that is why we're seeing the backlash with Brexit and Frexit and a movement towards the right, because people are being fed up and they're angry. So we need to create regional plans, because people don't want to leave their homes. Nobody wants to. Yeah. So.
Thank you. So who wants to answer the question about macroeconomic models?
Yeah, I like a quote from Einstein that if there is a complex problem, and if he only has an hour and his life depends on it, he would take 55 minutes to understand the problem and then give a solution. Of course, I hope that in the practical work there is a lot of problem solving, that it's trying to be practical. And one of the things I've been learning with communities is that try to have less ideologies and prove by evidence. So try it, implement it, see how it goes, and then come and talk to us, instead of trying to come up with theory that then it only works in books and equations. Considering economics, if I look at living organisms, we have, so economic is rules of the house. Then I can ask about how does a cell work, how does an organ work, how does an organism, a full individual work, how does this individual, what are the rules for individual engagement in a community, and up so until the planet. So of course we need a multi-scale economics. And probably macroeconomics should only deal with what's needed at the whole planet. I mean, if I think about the whole planet, we might have like big winds and ocean currents and so on. Probably I don't need to put all small details because they fit for purpose. It's as if I ask all cells of my body, what pH, acid or basic, should be the same for all the cells? Or how should they behave, all the cells? I mean, a bone cell likes stability, likes to be there, likes to grow a little, has a bit of blood, but doesn't want to move. A blood cell wants to be moving all the time. They have different rules, they do different functions. Even energy-wise, there is energy inside the cell, so it's ATP, but there is also energy at the global level, and it circulates in different ways. So we need to consider appropriate economics at the appropriate level, and also appropriate to the context. And so for me, I think we need to be creative and not try to come up with a bright solution that macroeconomics that would solve the whole thing, because it's just one level and it shouldn't have what it isn't supposed to be at that level.
Just one thing about the economics is, an example could be like a tax reform in a way that right now, and this is even more true in countries that are unequal with poor communities, is oftentimes, unless you have your own like permaculture farm and you own the land or you're part of a community, may be more expensive to consume sustainably, and this is the case in Brazil. So we have to make the options that are more sustainable, healthier, and in a way, like, and we have to make them also to taste better if they are something to eat, but in a way that they are cheaper and more people can afford. What we see now is the opposite. We are subsidized fossil fuels. In the case of Brazil, the meat industry is subsidized with like, people talk bad things oftentimes about the cash transfer programs that we had in Brazil, but they don't care about subsidizing failing companies that kill the environment and don't produce jobs. So like, in a way that if you make the option that are more sustainable, you can cut the tax, and then a big problem that Macron had in France is if you increase the tax on fossil fuels and you don't decrease on other things, the poor people will be impacted, and of course they will go to the streets because, okay, the war is going to an end, but like I'm caring about my bill tomorrow, as I say, short term. So those things have to be equalized, and you have to always think about the justice part of it when we are proposing environmental policies. Otherwise, we're going to go 2 steps back because of the old trade of people there.
I would just like to add just a few comments also on the labor issue. I think one thing that needs to be rethought as a society, I don't think also, as Gilles was saying, that there are universal applicable solutions, but we have to experiment, do some experiments and see how it works out. Especially if it's better than the system that we already have. And one thing is the connection between labor and income. And this is a very important issue for degrowthers, because there are some tools that can be used to start rethinking this connection. One of them is universal basic income. So this is a proposal that has been put forward by many people. Of course, it can be appropriated by not progressive agendas, but by conservative agendas to keep people consuming. But there is also a possibility of integrating basic income and progressive agendas that do not put in question the social system. So this universal basic income is really one thing that some degrowthers strive for, and also reducing labor hours. So this thing that our work, our labor tells us more about ourselves. So when we talk to one another, people say, "What do you do?" Normally meaning, what's your job? And this is something that we also have to rethink, because as we already understand, of course, we should have some things that we do that have to do with productive activities, but there are also community, spiritual work, etc., that is necessary, and the current system is definitely not helping people to have the time or the mental space to actually get involved in other things beside work. Of course, I'm not even going to talk about people who depend on work for survival. I'm talking about people who can make decisions about what they do with their time, and especially if we don't have this intrinsic connection between income and work.
Please? Yeah, and then you, okay.
Very quickly, so I just want to point out that today and yesterday we had the chance to listen to some of the most brilliant economists in the world. So I should not be talking about the economy, but just very briefly. One thing I've learned and really struck me, and this is kind of a provocation, is that at the utmost macro level, economics probably should be very boring. So if it's not boring, something is going wrong, I think. And I remember reading an interview with one of the main heads of HSBC in the UK, a veteran of the financial industry, and he said the same thing. Finance should be boring, banking should be boring, so you should just tweak small parameters and not experiment with the system. So we did have an economic system 40, 50 years ago who seemed to be working so-so, at least in Western Europe, in North America, Japan, in a few areas, and that was completely destroyed, and maybe just going back to that stability could be good already. But this is at the very macro level, so when we go down to cities and then communities, then I think the details start to get interesting, and you have to get communities involved, and really exciting things can happen. So just repeating again about the Climate Jobs proposal, which is worldwide, what happens basically is each campaign in its own country has a different proposal. So for example, in New York State, they have a campaign because New York City is the main emitter in the whole state, and because buildings are the main source of emissions, almost all of their campaign in jobs is focused on reducing emissions from buildings. If we talk about Portugal, for example, we have other different issues with forestation, with public transportation. So each country is different and should be treated differently. And then within each country, each community should also have more detailed plans.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
So, Roar, you want to?
Yeah, I agree with many of the things that has been said, that we need to work on the community level, we need to be engaged directly with people and so on. I think this is very, very important. At the same time, I think it is time for a school strike for systems change. Things has gone so far that it is just about time to say we are fed up. And so what I'm saying is that we need to have change on a systemic level. We know that plastic bags is terrible for the environment. Why can't we just ban the plastic bags? We know that inequality is wrong. Why can't we just stand up and say this is enough? We need to get to that point. There needs to be a balance between the local activism and the demand on a massive scale for real system change. We need to do both activities at the same time.
Okay, so I'm going to open again for...
do I see some hands? Do I see
Please. We have so many time. I just want to thank you for the young generation. Thank you for coming. Thank you for attending the conference. Also, this very, very young generation. So now, who's going to start?
Sorry, I'm not going to make a question. I'm going to make a very quick answer. From my point of view, two of the questions that were made. First was the specific question about the four freedoms, the free movement of capital, goods, services, and people. And I'm not going to take the time to justify it, but if you would solve all the problems by banning the free movement of capital and let the other three freedoms be there, and all the problems will be solved if you think it through. The other thing was about what is the macroeconomic policy you can do to promote the changes we want, and it's simple. Change the monetary system to be based on ecology. And then just one little comment on this universal basic wage. If we had the money for providing universal basic wage, I think even more higher priority there is to guarantee employment to anybody who wants it. So the government should then become an employer of last resort to make sure that anyone who wants to work and make an income should not be unemployed. Thank you.
Thank you. There.
Just a brief fine point on that. Some of the responses about macroeconomics had to do with fiscal policy and finance and microeconomics. And the point of macroeconomics is about the money supply and how that works. And I think Govinda's point here a moment ago is pertinent to that, which is that a resource-based ecology underpinning the monetary system is really a universal remedy that would really work, and very few people have explored that at this conference.
Thank you. Another third one? Yeah. Over there? Yeah, plenty. So, yeah, sorry. He owns the micro, so he's the leader.
Hello, my name is Candida Chandrika, and thank you because it's the continuation of the previous comment. We've been talking about several topics, and it's quite a holistic approach. But we've been talking a lot about money-based society that we created. But we have so many other exchange ways and communities and things going on. And I was thinking that here in Portugal, where this conference is happening, we had the crisis in 2008, and we had to adapt in many things. Today, it was shown that 10% of the people that work here are poor. So, also, we started being more sustainable, forced by that, for having less money and less work. And what happened was many Portuguese projects, industries closed down. So many Portuguese started giving more to the others that needed and buying more things made in Portugal, so they would not close their businesses. So this is happening. And even vegetarianism increased because it was shown that buying Portuguese vegetables and fruits that we have a lot was also cheaper than having a meat-based and fish-based diet. So maybe this is not at the rate we need, but this is happening here right now. So a crisis is an opportunity till the moment it becomes unsustainable. And that started happening because many Portuguese had to migrate again out of the country. So this is happening in Europe in many ways. And so I was thinking, we are investing our time to be here. This is the biggest asset we all have. It's a universal asset. So if we start exchanging our goods, each of us are very rich. All of us have lots of assets and material goods and capacities that come from this system that we live in. So just to bring this comment, and also there are many industries and rich people like Bill Gates.
Questions.
Bill Gates was shown.
Questions.
Yes, Lila today spoke about Bill Gates and the three-layer economies. He was one of the examples, but also he created an association and many rich people to give back and to create other projects. And
the question
the question would be, how much money do we need to create a system change?
Okay, thank you. Just please, just last one over there, and then we. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Hello. Thank you all so much. I've been really illuminated over the last 2 days. I will be very swift. So my question is, if we think out of a European context, which is still very European context, which is the very concentrated population, very urbanized, and very, very high mobility. And high mobility, when people move a lot, it's really difficult to build a connection or sense of identity to a place, to connect to a local community. And it's also, now that we're so technologically dependent on so many of the sectors of our life, my question would be, how do we connect this community-led transition, nature-based, how do we connect this with to the very technologically dependent, dense society that has high difficulties to connect, to have the identity to a local community? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have to start now. Álvaro, do you want to start? I think it's our last last question. I'm sorry. So if you want to start. Álvaro? Yeah, you want to start? Yeah, this is our last comments.
Yeah.
Because I think we have to finish.
Yeah. Again, on the money issue, I think we really also need to consider other proposals that have been put forward. And I'm just thinking of one which is called gift economy, which does not necessarily rely on money, and that which can actually build on trust. I know that we need a transition, and so that's why I mentioned universal basic income. I think universal basic income could be a tool for a transition, but a transition to a system that really can put trust again back in our social and economic relations. And that could be through something that has been called a gift economy. There are other names, but this is something that we should also consider. Of course, I'm thinking more of local and bioregional levels. Maybe on a larger level, we have to think of other systems, and the proposal that has been put forward is also something that we need to consider. About this apparent contradiction between a very highly mobile society and the need to reconnect, I think this is a very, very important issue. And I think also, as Gilles has said in his talk, I think we really have to build on this possibility of basing ourselves on smaller sized communities, and also the models that we've been listening. But of course, we really must not lose track of the whole picture. So the big picture has also to be included. But of course, this very high mobility is also very energy intensive, and it costs a lot in terms of resources, in terms of energy, of course, and in terms of emissions. So this idea of freedom to move around is the wrong way to look at it. We really have to rethink what we're doing as a whole society, because we need, if we want this system changes, we have to really also rethink this and build on another type of happiness also that has to do with this connection, stronger connection to community.
Thanks, Álvaro. Do you know that in the planet, humans are probably the only species that can get unemployed and without a function? And I think it's for us to think about. Usually I like to ask people about, if money wouldn't exist, what would you be doing? Or if there is a global economic crisis that we don't recover from, how would you live? And I think this takes people, because we have an economic system or that makes the world being a bit less natural. And I think we need some of these questions to go back to basic and really, okay, I'm an animal, and I'm a social animal. How would I do? And I have also a spiritual development about nurturing our planet
probably there is even beyond, probably in the future, beyond the planet structure, if we consider a living organism. But really to start considering these questions. I think that within our economic model, the universal basic income would allow us at least to be beyond our survival mode, because even if you earn a lot of money, which at least once I did the calculation, I'm within the 5% most rich people in the world, and I was like, what? I don't feel like that. So there is a lot of people richer than me, but there is a lot of other people, I mean, majority of the world living at least poorer than me, both in real resources, but also the $1.25, whatever that means as well. Yeah, and one of the questions I have, I mean, within this economic model, and especially the currencies, what about, for example, us being paid in like 3 coins? One to use locally that could be used within 10 kilometers, and it's only for food, water, and whatever. So you need to grow your food locally as much as possible. Then some regional to travel or to whatever. And then the global one could be probably buying just computers, because they need probably materials from all over the place. We would probably manage money much wisely. And for example, if we are a community and Álvaro receives 100 euros from doing a work outside, and if in this community we spend the money inside, like let's say 80% of the money is $100, he buys me something, so it costs, so I sell it for 80 euros because the 20 go outside, right? Then I buy to Acacia for 66, and then she buys from Luis for 58 or whatever, or 54, then to Juan and so on. These 100 euros of income can lead into something like 450 euros of economy inside the community. If I'm basically importing 100 euros that get in, and if I have like the opposite, 20% only stays, then his 100 euros, he only has 20 to buy something for me, then 4, then 1. Then 100 euros become only 124 euros or 5 euros after. And I think we need to start thinking about that. Again, I think these models of currencies and universal basic income are on the transition, probably not what we want ahead, but it's good for us to have this vision, what's now, tomorrow, and after tomorrow. Thank you.
That's right. It's really interesting, this concept of gift economy. I remember a few days ago, I was talking to one person from our organization, and she managed to get the daycare for her baby through like working for the daycare unit. And like this is a small example, but like she had an issue, she didn't have the means like to have the exact place she wanted, and she offered them. Most of people don't do, and this like in the big city of Brazil, São Paulo, it's all like in the community. So people are getting more open and more open. They are getting more open to this. And at the same time, I remember like one of the days she was having a meeting, and they called from the daycare saying that the baby wants to see her, he was crying, and she apologized, she was really feeling bad about it. And I thought, like, what kind of the world we have that she feels bad about taking care of her baby, like, because people will judge her for that. So I think it's our responsibility on our organizations, either if you are the CEO or the manager or the intern, to question and challenge those things, because we are building the world we live every day with everything we do. And like talking about this, about radical things, and why I always talk about the power of youth on that, because the younger you are, the less you believe in the system as it is, the more open oftentimes you are to question things. I always hear people say, oh, things will never change. And as someone that comes from a social science background, the only thing that we know that things change all the time, like we are not the same, we don't have the same economy that we had 10,000 years ago, and we will not have, and things are changing faster than ever before if you see like how it happens. Yuval Harari on his books on Sapiens, he talks about like oftentimes how capitalism, socialism, all those things are very similar to religion. We create this collective imaginary realities, and we believe it as it is. If you think like why Ivanka Trump can come and go to the fanciest restaurant in Portugal, because we believe that what she has as a virtual banking account and finance is worth it. But maybe if I don't know, it's a belief, and it may change at some point. It's not like something that will always be the same as like water, like it's being like pretty much the same many years ago. And the final thing about mobility and community, and this is probably more true for younger people. Oftentimes, like the community sense is not totally tied to your like surrounding, and we see this a lot on our network. I feel much more connected to someone that shares the same ideals that I have and is in Kenya or other place than maybe my neighbor, and it's not necessarily bad. Like I think we have to combine both, but like also consider that people will move more, and we are a global community right now. So how can we do this in a way that is safer? How can we prepare for that? Because I don't think the answer is building walls, and I don't think, and even if you try, they will not hold what is coming, the flow of people. We are connected already. I built this organization together with a friend of one of the co-founders that is in India, and I have never met him. So like this is possible, and I think we shouldn't be only caring about the people that are surrounding us, but also embracing that oftentimes now the sense of identity will come from the ideals that we share and the world that we are building together, even though we may never meet each other in person.
Yeah, please. Yeah,
So,
please.
very quickly, so I think one of the questions was how much money would we need to create system change? So I think the difficult part here is how do we define system change? And I'll get to that, but I want to give a number, and I want to say 3% of GDP. And why do I say that? So we had a study, for example, here in Portugal, where we worked with union labor activists and leaders. We worked with economists, and we tried to quantify things and see how much money we would need to pay 100,000 people new jobs for 20 years and stable jobs. In this rounded up to around 2.5% of the GDP. So I'm just going to say 3%. And then I've seen this number crop up in lots of places. So in the US, Green New Deal, they are discussing 3%, maybe 5% maximum. In the UK, they talk about 3%. Just to put this in context, Portugal is still paying around 4% of its GDP just on the interest of its public debt. National debt. So we are paying more to service that debt that someone said yesterday that it's completely unpayable than we are to transform our energy system in transportation, which would create more than 100,000 jobs and bring carbon emissions down by around 70% in less than 15 years. So just keep that in mind, please.
That's true. Yes.
Yes. So, how much money do we need? In one sense, we don't need any money. But on the other hand, there's a lot of money out there that we could use. And that money belongs to the billionaires. So I suggest that we start a reverse extinction movement, a rebellion, and make the billionaires extinct. Then we will have a lot of money.
There are no billionaires in the room, no.
to funnel into the real work that we need to do. So that's number one. And number two, we in Future Planet and Future Planet Europe would like to invite all of you to create a 10, 15, 20-point plan for real systems change, to gather together whatever number it is we come up with, but we need to be very vocal and very clear about the main points that we need to create systems change. And we need to then get it out in the public and to create a massive public movement. I think the time is ripe, and I think we need to do it now.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, no, they are telling me that we have to just close the session. Eu peço desculpa a quem não conseguiu intervir, mas tem oportunidade.
For those who did not have the opportunity to ask questions, feel free to do so during the breaks. Transition, some key words. system change, reality, social justice, action collectively, individually, globally. I think that these are key words and key messages that help us to understand what we need to do also in the future. I'd like to thank our speakers, keynote speakers. Thank you very much for the audience. I'd like also to thank our interpreters and helping us also for communication. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the kind words on behalf of the interpreters. Thank you.
Restart tomorrow morning. No, I know. No, not yet.
Okay. And thank you so much, Eva, for the moderation and all of you. So now we are getting to the close ceremony, but before we close, I would like to invite Lila Hess, as the co-founder of Future Planet Europe, just to say some words before we end this session, and to remind you that we are going to have a very beautiful presentation now with the Coro da Achada. It's an amazing, and Álvaro talked about it, about the importance and the strength of art, of music in this change. So please join us, and I will pass to Lila.
I just wanted to say thank you so much. It's been really special for us. We wanted to hold this conference specifically here in Portugal because we feel that Portugal is a really uniquely placed to be a guiding light in systems change. So please join us. We have this program tomorrow. Filipe will talk about it in a minute. But please join us and work with us to create the systems change. This was our inaugural conference here, and we're so grateful to all of you for being with us, and for our speakers for making the effort, and our moderators, our translators, and everyone who's helped out. Thank you so much. And Jose for helping organize this fantastic, it's beautiful venue, and we're really, really, really grateful for the university and supporting staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lila. Yes, we will have tomorrow a working session. I have to say to you, if you want to be involved, if you want to work with us, please say something now in the registration, and please give us your contact, because for tomorrow, I'm sorry, but we are, I think it's a very good news, because we have 70 people already in the working group, and we don't have possibility to have more, so I think it's a very good news. And of course, if you want to get involved, please leave your contact in the registration. I would like now to introduce the chorus that we are going to listen in a few minutes, because we need to change the stage. So we will have Coro da Achada. Coro da Achada was born in Junho de 2009, and they make struggle and freedom songs for different eras and in different languages, and entirely new creations as well. They are composed by people who want to experiment singing, and we will have them in a few minutes. So I would say in 5, or I would say, let me see, what time is it? Okay. We will have a brief break of 10 minutes, and then we will come again to see our beautiful chorus, Coro da Achada. Thank you very much.